Okay. Give me a thumbs up when we're fired up. Okay. Thanks, folks, for joining. We're trying to use the best, our technology to the best that we can, and getting ready for our general council meeting coming up. So we've got folks lined up on Zoom here, and we're also casting to the video screens here in the auditorium. So I'd like to call the regular tribal council meeting of Wednesday, March 24th, 2021 to order. I have 10:07 a.m. when we're fired up. Secretary, roll call. Okay.
Don Gentry.
Thank you for
Gail Hatcher.
Here. We're trying to use
Roberta Frost is here. Randy Hatcher.
Here. And
Willa Palace.
getting ready for our general council meeting coming up.
Ellsworth Lane.
Folks lined
Here.
up on Zoom.
Clay Dumont.
We're also casting to
Jeannie
the video
McNair.
screens here in the auditorium. So I'd like to call
Jesse
the regular
Hikaka.
tribal council meeting of Wednesday,
Here.
March 24th,
Rose Treetop.
2021 to order. I have 10:07 a.m. So we have a quorum established. Roll call. Okay.
Don Gentry.
Thank you. See,
Gail Hatcher.
no roads. Well,
Here.
Randy, would you honor us with an invocation this morning?
Roberta Frost is
Yes.
here. Randy
Thank
Hatcher.
you.
Okay, here.
And,
Willa Palace.
Thank you, Lord, for this day. I just ask for your blessing upon each and every one of us. I ask for your wisdom and guidance for the meeting at hand. And I also ask for your blessings and comforting for those who have lost loved ones recently. And I just ask that you just make your presence known and guide us and direct us on how you see our business to be done. In Jesus' name, amen.
No roads. Well, Randy, would you honor us with an invocation
Yes.
this morning?
Yes.
Okay, next up is the agenda. I
Thank you,
have an
Lord, for
item
this
to
day.
add.
I just ask for your blessing upon each and every one
Under
of us.
my
I
report,
ask for your wisdom and guidance.
and that's, we have an opportunity
And I also ask
to
for
recommend
your
appointing to the
blessings
Regional
and
Solutions
comforting for
Advisory
those who
Committee,
have
and
lost
State
loved ones
Regional
recently.
Solutions Advisory
And I
Committee,
ask that you just
tribal
make your presence
representative.
known
and,
and guide us and
So,
direct us on how
we'll
you
see if there's somebody that's
business
available
to
and
be done.
interested in doing that. I sent out a previous email, but I'm not sure if folks had that opportunity to consider it.
Yes.
And there was also in the email a chart attached, so folks can take a look at that, you know, idea. Under my report, I'd like that to add that, Regional Solutions Committee appointment. To recommend appointing, and is there anything else, Secretary?
We have the CARES Act
Tribal representative.
reports from Kathy Rich.
Okay.
Um,
See if there's somebody.
She said we could add it any place, so I don't know where council wishes to add it. Maybe on three,
So folks can take a
in
look
front
at
of the
ordinance
ordinance.
review, okay. I'd like that to add. So we wanna, do that, committee appointment first before we get to the ordinance review? Is there anything else? Okay.
And then also, I neglected to put it on there, but we need to revise, the January 27th motion, to, she said we could include, extending the employee programs until April 4th.
Okay, yes, that's right, because of the date consideration. Ordinance review. Should we do that right after the CARES reports? It's kind of that. First, before we get to the ordinance review? Is there anything else? Okay, so it's an amend,
And then
the
also,
motion.
I neglected to put it on there, but we need to revise, the January.
Okay, so that would be, item 4. So 3 would be the CARES report. Item 4 would be the TC report, and the rest of the reports would bump down accordingly.
April 4th.
Okay, yes, that's right. Because any other additions, corrections? Okay, looks like we have, yes.
I have a question or a clarification. Secretary, did we do a poll vote for those tribal health budgets that were tabled?
Okay, so it's an amend, the motion.
We did not.
Okay, so I guess we can add that under treasurer's report to get approval of those.
Item 4 would be TC report.
Couple of things, I do have budget reports down there already.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yes.
Okay,
So I thought we were gonna add them there since the poll vote hadn't gone out.
Looks like we have.
okay, I was just clarifying. I didn't know if we did or not. Okay, okay, so I'll add those there. Okay, thank you. Tribal health budget.
Also, George is saying we have some echo. We did not.
We have some what? So
echo, I guess from what he's hearing. I don't know whether it's
add
on
that
the
under treasurer's report.
YouTube or the live stream or where. I do
Joe,
have budget reports down there.
Does the echo show up?
He's got some.
I have my glasses.
There we
There he is.
Okay. so it's just
I left my
about
glasses.
Thank you.
George is saying we have.
Stop. We have some what?
Joe,
Also, secretary, I got a email or a text from Kathy. They need the meeting link and call-in number.
Kathy Rich.
Rich, yeah.
Joe, we had a report that there's an echo. We wanted to see if it's in your headphones.
Okay.
So my echo's up coming through. Speakers. Okay, because we're not using the speakers, but I'm aware of the house speakers.
Also, secretary, I got a email or a text from
We're not
Kathy.
using the house speakers.
need
We're-
the
I think all of
meeting
our
link and call-in
notebooks,
number.
the audio's turned off.
Rich, yeah.
I don't think it's everyone that's sounding echoey. It's not muted because I never turned it on.
Yeah, and I'm logged in without audio, just only video only, so that's why it doesn't show me muted.
So where George is in.
Okay, I'm gonna, so it's not so echoey for the folks on Zoom, I'm just gonna use the other microphone. Can folks on Zoom hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up. Okay. So we're gonna continue with the meeting, and we just discussed the budget reports and added the table budgets to the treasurer's report on budgets. And also we added the CARES report as item 3, amend the motion. Okay.
But it's real echoey.
So it's not so echoey for the folks on Zoom. I'm just gonna use
Yeah.
other microphone. It's coming on YouTube now. Can folks on Zoom hear me okay? Okay, thumbs up. Okay. So we're gonna continue with the meeting, and trying to address the audio problem. Okay, then I added regional solutions budgets. And so, and also we added the recommendation or approval to recommend appointing a tribal council member to the regional solutions
But it's real
committee
echoey.
board. Is there any other additions, corrections to the agenda? It's coming on YouTube now. Okay, if not, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the amendments.
I'll make that motion, Chairman.
Okay, motion by member Lang, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by member Palace, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I heard one aye. All those opposed, the same? Hearing no opposed, the motion carries. Is that gonna work, Secretary, that way?
Yeah, and then I can pull for the actual votes.
When we vote for other more important items, Secretary will poll. Okay, first up, Dr. Larrabee, thanks for joining us today. We have the Health General Manager monthly report, and I see you've got your staff there too. So I'll turn it over to you at this point. Thanks, Doctor.
Good morning, Chairman and Council, and thank you again for the privilege of presenting our stewardship of activities in February 2021. I will present using the following PowerPoints, just to make it as quick, as fast as possible. In the month of February, sir, we were able to do the mass vaccination exercise for the first time, and we had 2 very successful exercises, one in Chiloquin and the other one here in Klamath Falls. And we were able to vaccinate about 173 persons in Chiloquin and 968 persons in Klamath Falls. Both exercises went on successfully, and we had several commendations from both tribal leaders and county members. We were able to vaccinate both tribal members, leaders, elders, and also those who are involved in emergency services and public health. Most of those who got involved in the program were very delighted that we were able to expand services to reach out to them, and they send their gratitude to the tribe. Also in February, we had a chance to discuss the homelessness issues and its responses in the tribe. And we had a meeting with the council to discuss extensively on how to manage this crisis. We were also able to report on the Medford trip, and we had Chad McCombs, who was available to answer some questions that were pertinent to the tribal response. We, working with our admin department, developed, presented, and received tribal council approval for a climate tribal homeless response resolution on the 10th of February, 2021. We all agreed on a phased approach with the immediate development of an emergency home in a tribal land in Chiloquin. We are still working on this. Also in February, we spent a lot of time in meetings and discussions on our 2021 budgets. This was led by the finance department, and all directors and departments were involved in this process. We introduced in 2021 budget the public aid department, grant writer and contract specialists, as well as information and communication specialists. Also, we are hoping to upgrade equipment at the wellness center, as well as to acquire new life-saving equipment for the facility. The final budget we know will be presented today at the Tribal Council for ratification of the remaining 6 budget lines. The $6 new way budget, the non-restrictive and CARES fund budget are to be discussed in this month of March. In February, we also tried to expand our partnerships. We had a meeting with Cascade Alliance. We remember that in last year, we were able to nominate Dr. Gerard Hills as a tribal member in the Community Advisory Council. So I had a meeting with them to discuss on his roles and responsibilities of Dr. Gerard Hills in that committee council. And we were informed that they have 6 sub-units and they meet once every month, and their meeting lasts for about 90 minutes. Also, Chris Kashi was nominated as our tribal liaison, and he has expertise in health equity. And from our discussion, he's willing to support the tribe in rolling out the Humaski concept and other community-based initiatives. Dr. Gerard Hill is here to attend his first meeting with the CSC. We also had another partnership meeting with a group called Genentech, which is actually a biotech company that I met in one of the conferences I attended on behalf of the tribe, to discuss the possibility of a partnership at both clinic and community-based healthcare services level. They are interested in breast cancer screening and oncology, but further discussion with them show that we are not really ready to work with them at this point in time because their ask, we're not sure what their ask will be, and we are not willing to, we're not really ready yet to partner with them. So we are suspending this partnership until we have more insights into what they will require from the tribe in this partnership. On employee benefits, we had several meetings with Mahogany Group to clarify issues in the staff benefit package. We also reviewed the 2020 benefit reports and drew insights from it that will help us in these 2021 activities. There were issues around the premiums and billings, which were identified and harmonized. And we also modified the 2021 PBS Consolidated Appropriation Act to allow staff roll over some of their funds from last year to this year that they couldn't use because of COVID and its impacts. Tribal Council also modified the Climate Tribal Council resolution, which established the Employee Benefit Committee to include the travel center, and this was highly appreciated. And with the new resolutions, the admin officers are no longer part of the committee, but could be their respective GM designee when the GM is not available to attend the meetings. Also in February, we were able to present the certificate of accreditation to the council on February 10th, and a press release was made on the need, benefits, and meaning of the accreditation program. One of our very renowned staff, Lieutenant Commander Nico Amandes, was able to, who led the process, made a presentation to Tribal Council and the community on why we had to go this extra mile to obtain the accreditation, although this was not a requirement. It also took the tribe several years to prepare, plan, and achieve this feat. And for this, we are very grateful. We attended several states, regional, and night tribes and NARA meetings, during which we asked and obtained detailed list of all tribal vaccination centers across the states and beyond, and requirements to help improve tribal members' access to COVID-19 vaccine where they live and work. And this list was shared, and we also have a copy of the list here in health. It's designed to allow tribal members who are not within our jurisdiction to receive vaccination anywhere they are, in Portland, Medford, or anywhere they are. We also asked for more vaccines to support our mass vaccination exercises, and this was well received by the state, and we have enough vaccine right now that we have started refusing vaccines on a weekly basis. We also were able to attract more funds on the CARES 2021 Appropriation Act. In February, Johnson & Johnson received emergency use authorization, which makes their vaccine the 3rd vaccine approved in the US for us to use to vaccinate. This vaccine is a single-dose vaccine, but have a lower efficiency and efficacy than Moderna and Pfizer. And it's also relevant for those who have immunocompromised state like HIV, immunosuppressant drugs, and other autoimmune diseases. We have requested from the state for this vaccine, and we have 100 doses right now in the tribe. And we're hoping we will use this vaccine for those who do not want to use the Moderna version, since this was produced using a known template of vaccine production. In February, we had a meeting with Tribal Council on the A&D emergency issues in the community and the tribe. And this led.
Dr. Secretary had a question.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
just for others that are on, I can't see everyone all at the same time, so feel free to speak up, council members, if you have a question, just to know. But Secretary?
Dr. Levy, have we administered any of the Johnson & Johnson doses? And if so, have they had those side effects or that were listed?
No, this week, the awareness nurses are doing a training and filling the forms for it. So most likely they'll start vaccinating by next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. So we had the meeting on the A&D issues in the tribe, and this led the Wellness Center and YFGC to begin to build new partnerships within and across the county and the state. And within 2 weeks of operation, we were able to get 9 persons on admission who had A&D issues. However, there was a COVID-19 infection in one of the treatment centers, and this negatively impacted on our progress because they had to discharge all our tribal members. But YFGC and Wellness Center are still working with those individuals to ensure continued support to their wholesomeness. We also had a meeting with CLAS for a partnership that we've been discussing since last year on how to support our homelessness response. And we are to receive about $107,000 from them to support this process. And the proposal MOU is waiting for Tribal Council approval and signature before we can receive the funds. The fund will be given to us on a reimbursement basis. And we reached out to Gospel Mission and Climate Warming Center to also identify possible service centers for homeless tribal members. And the Climate Warming Center closed down on the 15th of this month. That was also why we had to open up our own warming center at Main Street, which has seriously helped our tribal members over the past 4 to 5 weeks.
For the benefit of those listening in, what does CLAS stand for?
Climate Community, I'm not sure the full name now, but it's Climate Community Program. They have funds, they have an umbrella fund for homelessness in the winter periods. I'll get the full name.
It stands for Klamath Lake Action Services.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Klamath Lake Action Services. Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, I'll go into departmental reports.
Are you weak?
Wellness Center and YFGC have opened their doors for working clients, and a number of new staffs, temporary and permanent staff, also resumed work within the month to support care and services in Wellness Center. Also in the month of February, Wellness Center with Skylex held a breast cancer screening during which 14 tribal members were screened. And their staff has continued their training towards provision of pediatric care in the coming weeks. You remember that we bought some equipment last year for pediatric care, and the training has been ongoing. Hopefully by the end of this month, they would have been fully equipped, skill-wise, to begin to utilize those equipment for patient care. Also, tobacco control programs have also gained momentum as we are working with partners within the basin to ensure a tobacco-free environment. 139 persons were seen at the Wellness Center, either through schedules or walk-ins, and 197 persons were seen through telehealth services. And by the end of February, over 1,400 persons have received the first dose of COVID vaccine, and over 256 the second dose. Member Clement was asking for how many of these were tribal members yesterday. We are working on that data as is still being entered into the EHR. At the YFGC, 153 persons received mental health services, 106 substance treatment, and 70 case management in the month of February. Also, 25 persons were new clients who were referred for services, bringing to a total of 236 active clients by the end of the month. Dental Health has also started working towards a full-fledged dental health services, as they were able to attend to 130 clients as against 92 persons in January. PLC department processed and paid over 420 patients' claims in the month of February, which amounts over $78,000. They also issued 272 claims to providers for services that they rendered to us, and received 154 referrals for possible PRC payments. They also assisted 10 clients and patients with Oregon Health Plan applications and assistance. While the pharmacy department were able to fill over 7,200 prescriptions in February, and our quality measures have all remained above 80%. A total of 338 patients participated in the medication synchronization program in the pharmacy department, which have helped us to improve our quality metrics. And they were able to raise over $1.1 million in the month of February. We are still working on Cadre building demolition, which will commence any moment from now once the asbestos survey and removal is complete. The ISC department provided over 180 email supports to our staff, deployed 3 desktop computers, 3 laptop computers, and 2 servers, and also installed COVID-19 template to the next-gen EHR system. They also deployed new domain controller servers and transfer roles from former domain controller. Our new provider, Hunter Communication, began the process to port over phone numbers from CenturyLink to Hunter Controls. Our transport department helped pharmacies ensuring home delivery of prescriptions for our community members. At the Human Resource Department, they continued their management of staff entry, stay, and exit all through the month of February. There were new staff orientation, interview of vacant positions, employee performance evaluations, and also 6 employees are on medical leave. They also completed the process of enlisting a commission call for our clinical supervisor at YFGC. And we have a number of individuals right now on temporary appointment from locum headhunters. 4 new staff resumed work in the month of February at Tribal Health Systems. Our SCALES project has progressed very, very well since last year when it began, with over 1,800 surveys received thus far, and 1,500 gift cards sent out by a team of 6 surveyors. We are also following up on our public health modernization reports that was done last month, and also current AAAHC activities within the tribal health systems. In February, our C38 contracts showed that we had an income of allocation of $647,000 and also $4.6 million from the AFA. From Kufman and Associates Sam Sharp project, we had $25,000 of a total of $37,000 for our suicide disorder activities and prevention programs. From the business office, we're able to realize $1.4 million from medical, dental, mental health, A&D, transports. Most of that came from pharmacy departments. Other details are found in the narrative I submitted to the Tribal Council. Thank you very much.
Comments from council members?
Yeah.
Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, I think on page 3 of 6, Doctor, there you were giving us the vaccination rates through the end of, or the raw numbers through the end of February. Just for folks listening in, what we've asked for is the vaccination rates within the different tribal entities, so that we can get a sense of how the employee populations are, how many are deciding to get the vaccinations, just so that we can begin to think about how to avoid having large portions of our workforce have to go out for quarantine or exposing others who haven't been vaccinated yet. So that's what that's about. We're trying to get those rates up as high as we can so we can avoid closing and having services lost to our members.
Thank you, Member Dumont. So that information is helpful. We need to talk to all of our entities about getting that information, but we know that that's information that Tribal Health has. And this will also help us to consider any kind of incentivization that we can for the employees that haven't taken on the vaccine, which, to protect our other employees in our community when they come to visit us. So that information is going to be important for us. Yeah, any other questions, comments?
I see quite a few of our tribal council members that don't have their cameras turned on.
Dr. O'Leary, I was real happy to see their continuing progress with the pediatrics. I just wondered, at some point, do we expect that we'll actually be able to do healthy child checks and even vaccinations for kids? Is that something on the horizon?
Yes, sir. I'm hoping that by the end of this month, they would have been able to acquire the necessary skills and capacity to do that. And from next month, we can do that. But I'll verify with Katie Martins, our interim CMO, and Misty, who is leading the training process.
Excellent.
Thank you, Doctor. So I entertain a motion to approve receipt of Tribal Health's report to the council. Would somebody care to make that motion?
Make that motion.
I would make a motion.
Okay, Member Dumont, Jesse, would you like to second? Member Cochran?
Yes.
Okay, motion by Member Dumont, second by Member Cochran. And so Secretary, I'll let you conduct the poll vote when you're ready. Speaking in this like the expert.
Thank you, Dr. O. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Doctor, we appreciate all the good work you and your staff are doing for sure. There's a lot to contend with, a lot to deal with. Pretty amazing that we can do what we can in the midst of all the difficulties related to COVID. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Did you let Judy in? Yeah, she's up there. I see that she's there, but I didn't even remember what area, so I didn't know
Remember when?
it. When did you come in, Jeannie? I
About
didn't-
10:15.
Okay, thanks.
And just as housekeeping, I think our members that are streamed in would like to see the faces of the council members whenever possible. So I just encourage you to turn your camera on unless you're eating or something like that, but it's helpful to have you join video also for our members. And plus it helps me too if I see you raise a hand. So thank you.
Sorry, Don, I thought you were talking about me.
There's several.
Could you smile?
Oh, I smiled. I even winked.
Gail Hatcher,
Yay.
Randy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Powis,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Clay Dumont, Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, it's 901.
Okay, so motion carries. Great to have the full council on today. Okay, next up, we have the policy and procedures manual revision and approval and standard of operating procedures for hire. So we have HR Director Laurel Robinson and George Lopez to join us. Hope the audio is okay for you folks to hear what's going on. And if you're in the building, it may even work better to come before us. but feel free to move forward. Thank you.
Chairman, I just wanted to relay, there's some listeners online that want to thank Health and for doing such a good job. And they're proud.
Oh, that's awesome. Good to hear. So I guess we'll turn this over to either Mr. Lopez or Director Robinson.
I'm ready. I don't know where George is.
The GM is still assisting a member.
Okay, so Laurel, if you could move forward, that'd be great. We'll bring George in.
Okay, do you want to have the policy on the screen?
That may be helpful. I think a lot of our folks have looked through and, we've been pretty engaged, but would that work, folks? Okay.
Do you want me to share it or you want to share it, Laurel?
I can share it if you give me that permission.
I think it is where anybody can share.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, let me close out some of this other stuff, so. Okay, I got it in. Make it a little larger for you. Okay, the policy and procedure manual has been through, hasn't been updated since 2000 and
That would be helpful too.
2010 was the last update of the policy manual. And we generally should be updating policy manuals every year or two. So this project was started about 3 years ago. When I worked at Health, we had a contract with a person to go through our policy manual and make recommendations, take out things that were unnecessary, overburdensome, streamline it, make it more user-friendly policy, enforceable policy. And so that's been through the leadership team at Health, the team, a whole slew of people. And then finally it went to council, I believe the end of February for review. We had some meetings with council and council made some slight changes. And those are in red. So I will show you what council changed in red. They did section, I got to show you section 1.2. This is something I added after we talked. It was missing from the policy and should be in it, that copies will be provided to current employees of the Klamath tribes and is not for public use. That's just a given, but it wasn't in there, so I added it. The next thing that council did was section 2.3 in personnel recruitment. The council wanted to approve position descriptions and interview questions when there wasn't a general manager in place and any director level position description and hire must be approved by the tribal council. That wording was what was provided by council and discussed. I don't know if that's the final wording. I think it was approved by the tribal council standard operating procedures, but that was where you left the wording. So I just left what we had. So I didn't know if that was staying or going. That's where we're at with that. As far as I know, that piece was done. The next section was the open recruitment where it says that we'll follow standard operating procedures for recruitment, which means that council approves these procedures of how we hire employees at health and administration. The next change that wasn't in the draft that you reviewed, that was added by council and not by the committee, is section 6.9(6). Sorry if I'm making you car sick. 6.96, the yellow highlighted, was added after council saw it because I was brought to our attention that because we added short and long-term disability, we didn't have that exemption that they didn't have to drain their leave banks before they could use that. So this is just a maintenance thing. It isn't changing any real rules except making it easy somewhere to administer the process of our short-term disability. Because we didn't have it when the policy was written. So it just says that if they're receiving time loss and disability, they're not required to exhaust their leave banks, but they can't use both their leave and their disability at the same time. And that's the same as with workers' compensation. The other change that council added was in military leave, 610, and said it shall not exceed 12 months. Now, we do know that there's a person on military leave at this time that was granted longer leave. In that case, those would be grandfathered in. We don't just throw them to the wolves and say, sorry, we changed it. Next council change was in 611. Council wanted it to say granted not for more than 30 days with exception of military leave. At one point it said the council could waive that, and council said they didn't want that responsibility. So that was taken out. Next was 7.6. Just added some wording from that was in the previous policy to our A&D section there. And this was reviewed by council when we met. Nothing's changed. It was what we was asked to be added back in. So that was added. And then the other section that council had input on was injury and reporting illness. This one was me because it changed to 3 days to match the workers' comp ordinance. That was all. And I told council when we met that if the ordinance was going through, then we would need to match that. So that 3 days is just to match the ordinance. And then 8.6 was added when we met, was intentional misuse of funds can be grounds for criminal prosecution. And as far as I know, that's the only changes that came through after council reviewed it.
Thank you, Laurel. Any questions of council members or comments? Yeah, just for our members listening in, this was quite a process that started a while back with input, and we've had a consultant help us in the changes that Laurel just went over the recent additions to the tribal council for further review. So I believe we're ready to move forward to approve this after the long extended effort. Any questions or comments before I entertain a motion to approve? Yes.
Yeah, Chairman, I just wanted to thank Laurel. As the chairman said, this was quite a process. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of debate. I think she did a really good job of summarizing that and getting it both into the SOPs and into the manual. So thank you, Laurel.
You're welcome.
We certainly do appreciate the efforts of all. And folks aren't on, not everybody's on. It was a part of this long process, but glad that we finally got to this point. If there are no further questions or comments, I'd entertain a motion to move forward and approve the policies and procedures manual revisions as presented. Would somebody like to make that motion? Remember, I can't see everyone all at the same time.
Please. Yeah.
Okay, motion by member Dumont. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by member Palace. Okay, with that, secretary, if you can conduct the vote, we'll move forward. Thank you.
Gail Hatcher,
Yay.
Randy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes,
Clay Dumont,
E.
Jesse Hikaka,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
and I vote E. Chairman, with your abstention, the vote is 901.
Great. Motion carries unanimously.
Yay.
Finally over. I'll fix the page numbers now that it's final.
Thank you again, Laurel, for all your help and all involved. So
She
thank you.
has SOPs too.
Yeah, I know the standard operating procedures for hire, Laurel, I know that's next up. So I'll turn that over to you. Thank you.
I'll start with the temp hire. And those are the SOPs that were presented to council. Let's see, the red in section 4 was a question that people had. I just made it more clear. If available work hours are limited, HR would report those hours to the director, and the director would decide if they want that an individual with more hours, because hours are limited.
Laura, can you share your screen again? Or do you have that?
I can, let me find it. There you go.
Sorry, it's just harder for me to share the screen and type at the same time.
Okay, I don't mind. I got it right here. So section 4 was just a clarification. I think either Gail or Clay said I didn't make sense when I wrote that, so I fixed it. And that's it. That was the only change that came from council on that one. That's just this temporary short term. Okay, I'll switch to the regular hire.
So, so we're going to address both of these together?
You can do them separate if you'd like.
What's that?
Doesn't matter to me.
Well, let's go through since you're there, Laurel, and then we'll approve them together.
Okay, the next one would be for open recruitment. And we added that upper management positions must include 1 to 3 tribal council members. Because council was struggling to be on like our clerk ones and the lower levels, and said that they could abstain from those and we wouldn't have to get waivers, but they want to be on the upper management. So we would include 1 to 3 tribal council members on any position that would be upper management exempt level positions. And then council asked that the tribal council must approve upper management positions as per the standard operating for position descriptions. I guess I should put procedure. I'm missing a word here. And then in the screening, upper management positions require the 1 to 3, just to be clear that they're on the screening. And then made it clear that HR is supposed to check tribal council schedule to make sure that they're available to participate, so we don't unintentionally schedule on days when council can't participate. That had been a area that council was noted that they were missing because people weren't checking their schedules.
Laurel, we can't see your screen if you're attempting to share it.
It's not sharing again.
Yeah.
Keeps kicking me off. I'll try it again.
I got it up there, I think.
I guess no need to really start from the top again, but just
Okay.
scroll on down.
Okay, down to I think we're on page 3 of that.
Okay.
So upper management, and then check with council schedules. That was the only other thing that was added. And then as you scroll down, you'll see if we're unable, if there's no qualified, we would re-advertise with a longer time frame, or revise the position description and then re-advertise, or potentially we could ask for a program restructure if it turns out we have a position that we're not able to fill. So there's a process for this rather than just leaving it blank on and just never filling it. And then just again, note for those running the SOP, when council's on a panel, make sure that the available dates. This is just a HR process, but we need to make sure that it's written down what's going to happen. And then remind that qualified applicants are interviewed in order of tribal and Indian preference.
I think that's it.
That's it. That's the process we've been using. Just added a couple of things for councils.
Okay. Any questions or comments? If not, I move forward with entertain a motion to approve this standard operative procedures for hire is presented. Okay, I'm sorry, Ellsworth. You're making that motion? Okay, great. Is there a second?
Is this for both temp and regular hire?
Yes, yes, both temp and regular hire. So we can include that in the motion for clarity. If that's okay, Ellsworth.
Yes.
Okay. And a second? I see a second anywhere. Okay, Member Dumont. Okay, Secretary, please conduct the vote when you're ready.
Gail Hatcher,
Yee.
Randy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Powless,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Clay Duma,
E,
Jesse Hikopka,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote E. Chairman, with your abstention, the vote is 901.
Okay, great. Motion carries unanimously again. That's good. So
Now we have one more to look at. That would be the position description. Since that was referenced, the standard operating procedure for position descriptions. If you don't have it, I can share it.
yeah,
I don't, yeah.
we did have that on the agenda, and there's comments that we didn't have a chance to review that. So would folks like to table that, or do you want to work through it? What's the wish of the council?
I prefer to have it my own time to sit and look
Okay.
at it.
So I think we'll table that for now, Laurel.
Okay, all that was added to it was the upper management positions have to have tribal council approval and revisions to them had to have tribal council approval, but I'll share it.
I apologize, I must have missed that one.
That's okay. I'm happy with the policies. You've made my day. You can tell me no
Also-
on anything else, I'll be fine.
I have a question.
Yes.
Chairman.
Secretary.
Also, aren't we also waiting for SOPs for the from health?
Yes, you'll need one for professional recruitment from health.
So we have 2 more SOPs to approve.
Thanks, Secretary. Okay,
All right.
anything in addition, Laurel, before we move on?
I think that's all we had.
Okay. And some of the other matters, if you're able to hold on, it'd probably be helpful for you to be there for questions and comments along the way. On some of the other agenda items.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Next up on the agenda, we have our CARES Assistance Program report with Kathy Rich. I see that she's on. I believe General Manager Lopez is on. So we'll turn it over to you, Kathy, for that report. So thank you.
Good morning, Tribal Council.
Morning.
So I'm here to report on COVID-19 Emergency Assistance Program. Okay. I thought I was gonna be able to do this. I'm sorry. Okay, so the first program should be in green. It's February 20th through March 19th. And we had a total of 3,176, which is an increase of 10. Total applications processed is 3,176. 1,404 in Klamath County. And 1,772 outside. The total award amount is $5,592,649.89, which is an increase of 16,000. The requested assistance remained the same. The percentages of those who identified how they were impacted by COVID, those percentages remained the same. We now have a total of 5,678. And we've served 75%, a total of 4,233. Adults are a total of 3,283 and minors 950. We have identified 109 incarcerated tribal members in our progeny database, and we've processed 107 applications. And that is for the program 1.
Thank you, Kathy.
For program 2, the same period is covered, February 20th through March 19th. We have processed 3,571 applications, which is an increase of 16. 1,504 reside in Klamath County, 2,067 reside outside. The total award amount for this program is $6,183,000, which is an increase of 58,000. Those broke down into categories of enrolled adults is 5,305,500. Enrolled minors is 451,000. Minors in care is 150,500. COVID-19 awards is 273,000, and job loss is 3,000. And with the requested assistance that was identified on applications, those percentages remain the same also. They didn't change. The tribal members who have been assisted, we have a total of 5,678 tribal members as of this time, and the total tribal members in this program that have been served is 4,572, which is 81%. Broke down into adults and minors, adults being 3,537, minors 1,035. And again, we have identified 109 tribal members incarcerated, and we've processed 116. And that number changes as updates are made to Progeny and our tribal members are released. And that's for program 2.
Kathy, can you remind me, what did we decide as far as expiration of the programs?
So the end we have is March 31st, 2021
Okay, for both programs?
for both programs.
Okay, because I've had some questions and for the life of me, I couldn't remember what council had decided.
Yes, and we've been reminding people and as they were calling in to hurry up and turn their paperwork in because they have till March 31st.
So I didn't actually total the total amount of direct assistance that we've provided to our members. Does somebody have that total? And I just wanted to, just share with our members, numerous calls have come to our tribal council members about additional assistance. So, so I wanted to first, if somebody could add that together. We're very concerned about our tribal members that have been impacted by COVID. And so we've been able to provide some direct assistance. We still need to figure out what's going to be possible into the future, considering the other programs that the federal government's providing for direct assistance, and use the best of the remaining funds that we have from the first tranche of funds that came, and then the new funds that are coming. So once we get that total, I do want to just assure our members that we know people have been impacted. We're very concerned about providing assistance to all of our members, and we want to be responsive to that. And we're considering all that. And then the new tranche of funds, and we're thankful to have Joseph Allen Jr. on to assist us. He's doing quite a bit of research, and they'll be reporting out to the general council when we have our meeting down the road here. The date again, what's the date?
April 3rd.
April 3rd, and Joseph will be providing a presentation. And we can have more discussion about what those funds can be used for. But just wanted to assure our members that we're mindful of the need, and we want to do our best to provide and meet the needs of our members, no matter where they are. Not just in Klamath County, our members around the nation here. So I just wanted to make that statement to let folks know, because we get calls at the front desk. They're not sure exactly what to say, but just wanted to let folks know and get the word out. We're going to be considering all the opportunities there to serve our members, and we'll come to a discussion, and we can have more discussion at our general council meeting on April 3rd. So just be assured that we're trying to do our best to serve our members, and because there's a significant opportunity to help us to get through this, and even other opportunities that are going to help us long-term down the road. This next tranche of funds. So the amount of money that we've provided directly to our members through the existing assistance funds has been $11,775,649. And it'll be reported out how much we have left from the first round of funds and the amount of funds that we have received for the future projects. And we'll be able to communicate a better understanding of how those funds can be used and have further discussion. So just let you know that we're hearing you. We know the need is out there, and it's pretty well documented from the programs that that Kathy described. All the need that's out there, and it's going to be a while before we can get more back to normal through this year. And thankful that we have an opportunity to use the funds there and be more deliberate in considering the funds with the time that we have. Unlike the last round of funds that came with a very short turnaround to try to figure out how to do that. Thankful they did extend the use of those funds. It gives us some more opportunity to really be deliberate and mindful and take the full advantage of use of those funds to serve our members. So I just wanted to make that statement and let folks know that we hear and we're concerned. Our family members have been impacted. We've lost life. We've lost opportunity. It's been traumatic to our people. And we want to hear from our members at the general council meeting. And we really want to do our best to move forward and take advantage of the opportunities there to help us through this. So feel free to continue to talk to the council members and share your concerns, but just wanted to let you know that we receive those calls and we know the need is out there. Anything additional, council members? Okay. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. I know it wasn't on the agenda specifically, but I just felt like we need to address that. So again, Kathy, we thank you and administration, all the staff for doing such a wonderful job to process the applications and to get the word out and to serve our members. That's quite an accomplishment to be able to provide those direct services to our members. So again, thank you, staff and all those involved and council members for all your great work in helping us get there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we added to the agenda, the tribal council made a motion in terms of the services that we've been able to provide for our employees. And we passed the motion, and after further consideration, we realized that we wanted to do when these benefits are terminate to assist our employees. We wanted to make sure it was done at a time that's best, easier to manage for the various entities in terms of payment salaries and so forth. So we identified that these services would end at the end of March, but we need to make an amendment that's more appropriate to make it easier for administration and for our members. So Secretary, I'll turn it over to you at this point if you'd like to describe that further and lead us to a point where we can pass a motion to make an amendment to our original motion.
Okay. In the January meeting, January 27th, I believe it was, we tribal council passed a motion to end employee benefits on March 31st. That date ends in the middle of the week and makes it a little bit, I guess, awkward because it's in the middle of the week. And we, although we can't make it end at the end of a pay period for all entities, we thought at least to include a full week for those benefits would make it more, well, make it easier for finance and human resource and the other programs. So we wanted to make, just make a motion to amend the motion to extend the employee benefits for the CARES Act funding until April 4th instead of March 31st. And so that would include the mitigation pay, the emergency leave, and the child care funds. And I don't know, I'm hoping that makes it easier for the administering of those programs.
And we had a discussion about particular dates, Secretary, the date that you think would work best and the amendment that we're considering. I don't know if you have the exact text of that motion, the date, if you could.
Well,
if not.
Well, I know that there's only Dr. O'Leary, Kathy, I thought I saw Laurel still on. So I guess I would want to hear if that makes administration of those programs any easier. I know we have heard from the travel center that wanted to extend extend theirs through that time period. We also heard that maybe ending it on the 28th would be fine for administration, but I don't want to take days away. We're already ending a program and I would prefer to add days than to take them away. So I guess I would like to hear from staff if that's feasible.
Thanks, Secretary. And just before staff adds, we did consider all of the benefits, including childcare, and I know that there was concern expressed about that. The tribal council did discuss that, and so that's included, you know, in this whole determination of benefits of this particular date. So just wanted to let folks know. So we're not trying to advocate for certain extension of benefits. We're just talking about the deadline. Thank you. So who does somebody like to comment? Laurel. Okay, Laurel, thank you.
As per that payroll schedule that health and admin follows, the pay period 8 ends on 4/11. So if we end it that 1 week, that will be in the middle of a pay period, but at least it would be the end of a week. The 28th is the end. March 28th is the last day of pay period 7. April 11th is the last day of pay period 8. Now the child care funds, we told them they have to turn in their proof of that they worked those hours during that pay period. So they would have a week in pay period 8 that they could claim rather than 2 weeks, because we're ending it on through the 4th and no more effective April 5th, according to what you just said.
Correct.
Okay, so we can do that. We can make it work anytime you want. I just want to make sure that what I tell the staff is that they can claim 1 week of pay period 8 for childcare, but not 2 weeks.
Yes. Any other questions, comments? Dr. Larrabee, others?
Chairman, this is George. Just wanted to let you know I am on the phone. I'm headed back into the office, so I'll be online in a minute. But I echo Laurel's comments. That's exactly what I wanted to comment about. So thank you, Laurel.
Okay, great, thanks. I see, is that your hand up?
That's my hand.
Yeah, I better put my glasses on this.
Sorry. I do want the general managers to be, and human resource to be aware that we know that we still want to work with you on the issue of, we have staff that are exposed and maybe excluded at work, even though they are not, they're not coming up positive, they just have a work exposure. And they're being excluded from work. And we want to work with you on how best to have, turn that over to the general manager of human resource, you know, when that happens. So they're not having to either take leave without pay or use their own leave in order to accommodate when their employer sends them home, you know, through no fault of their own. So we want to work with you guys on developing some type of SOP or whatever.
Chairman,
Yes.
the one thing I'd add to that when that discussion comes up is what's going to be important to me about fashioning that, whatever that policy is whether folks are getting vaccinated. I want to help people who are doing what they need to do to protect us, protect our businesses, protect our families. And that means getting vaccinated.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments or questions from anyone? Okay, so the date we're talking about is April 4th, is that correct? So with no further questions or comments, I'd entertain a motion to extend the benefits that were set benefits until April 4th.
through April 4th, because that's the last day of the.
Yeah, yeah, through April 4th. Yeah, sorry about that. Would somebody like to make that motion? Okay, I see Member Lang makes that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second, Chairman.
Okay, Member Palace. Okay, great. So Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Gail Hatcher,
E.
Randy Hatcher, Willa Palace,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Clay Dumont, Jesse Hakapka,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote E also, and Brandy is still not in, so it's 8-0-1.
Great, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we're to our ordinance review, the general welfare ordinance. Who's going to carry that forward?
I can bring him up on the,
Okay. Yeah, and thank you, Will, for all your work to help us get to this point too. Secretary's bringing it up.
so I guess what I would say about this, this general welfare ordinance was developed, Willa Palace took the lead on this and worked with our legal team to develop this ordinance. And we could not have it passed as an ordinance before the end of the year. This allows us to make the assistant payments to our tribal members, like we did with the CARES Act funds, and make that not taxable. That's one of the many benefits of having a welfare ordinance for your tribe. We want to bring this forward for at least a first review with general counsel for their consideration to make it tribal law. Right now, it's a policy that was passed by tribal council. What I would say about, and I'll let Willa speak about this if she wants to, but what I would say about this ordinance and the other two ordinances that we're looking at just to approval to move forward to the general council is that they are all available on the tribal website. You can click on a link, I believe, on the first page. It'll take you to these ordinances so you can start the review. We don't expect membership to be ready to pass all of these ordinances. They may be ready to pass some of them. But it's for your review and for your consideration for the general membership.
And thank you, Secretary. I think you did a good job of covering that. I just believe that the ordinance is a lot stronger than the policy, so I hope that General Counsel does pass it. And it helps us provide the assistance that we need to do for all of our people, because it applies to several different programs too, not just the payments that we recently gave out. I think a lot of our, especially a lot of our elders are on SSI or fixed incomes, and this will help them in that manner. I don't really have anything else to add to that because we've already reviewed this a couple different times, unless somebody else does, and I don't know if George is on, if he would like to add anything. But again, I thank everybody, and certainly thank our legal team for helping us with this.
Yes.
Yeah, Willa, correct me if I'm wrong, but I also think that the tribal council version of this, the policy, was necessary to allow us to fit our emergency relief payments within the Treasury guidelines. So I wanted to thank you for doing that work, because there was a lot of consternation early on as we tried to make sure we had everything in order before we sent those out, so that we didn't get afoul of guidelines.
Thank you.
I don't. have it. Yeah.
All right, well, any other questions or comments? If not, we'll move forward to the next agenda item.
You want me to bring up any of the other ordinances?
Yeah, yeah, that would be helpful.
I mean, I don't know whether, is Laurel still?
Yeah, I think Laurel's still on. If we have questions.
Laurel, are you still on?
I am.
To give just a overview of what this ordinance means, or what it, why we need to have general counsel review this and adopt it.
Okay. The tribes aren't under the state law for workers' compensation and should have their own ordinance. And we have workers' comp insurance, and all they have to go by is our personnel policy. So we had a draft workers' comp ordinance that covers all of the stuff that a normal ordinance would cover and make it tribal law. And it's based on tribes, not state law. And it covers everything like the state law would, but it's specific to tribes. And it protects the tribe. And because if we don't have an ordinance, we could be forced to follow state law if challenged. So it's actually just a protective measure for our tribe. We've been lucky that we haven't been challenged, and our policy has worked, but policy is really minimal. It's from the personnel policy, what our administrators, our third-party administrators use to pay out claims. And if it's silent on something, their only option is to go to what the state does. So this gives them tribal law, and that's the goal.
Thank you, Laurel. And just to note too, it also provides protections for the employee, so they have rights and those things are protected and addressed also. So, so we'll be moving that forward to take that to the general counsel also. Any questions, comments about that?
Thank you, Laurel. It's a good job. I like that.
So as far as the domestic code,
We don't have, and I didn't invite this was brought forward through the court. And this is a code that had been initially reviewed by tribal council. We had some, they made some adjustments to it after the first review. But this is also an ordinance that needs to go to general council for the adoption by the membership.
so as far as the process, when will we be ready to bring that before the council? Any thoughts on that? Or unfortunately, we don't have it ready.
Especially with these big documents, general counsel usually wants to take the time to review them. I just wanted to get them out in order for them to review and to start looking at them, and so they can start asking questions about them. I believe as far as priority, we want all of them past the workman's comp and the general welfare ordinance. They're all, important for different aspects of our, just our sovereignty. But I don't know, we can only go as fast as the membership wants us to.
And the intention is to put these out when we have our April meeting.
Yeah.
So it'll be in a package for folks to take and review in preparation for being passed by our general membership. So we're going to put these documents out that folks can take them and review them, to prepare for when we're going to put that on the general council agenda.
And Danita just came on.
Oh,
Chairman?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I see Danita's joining. But I do think, and she'll probably be able to have more expertise on this than I do, but I think this ordinance was intended to be able to serve or issue restraining orders. But I do see Danita's there, so she can take over.
Did you have something first, Member Dumont?
Oh, I was just gonna say for members listening in that you'll see a succession of general council meetings coming. So don't think the April 3rd one's the one shall feel. We're gonna line them up.
Yeah.
No, we're doing an all-nighter.
So, Danita, thanks for
And I
joining
meant
us.
protection orders, not anywhere. To serve or issue restraining orders. But I do see Danita's there, so she can take over.
Hi.
Did you have something first, Member Dumont?
Oh, I was just gonna say for members listening in that you'll see a succession of general council meetings coming. So don't think the April
Willa,
3rd
can you hear
one's
me?
the one shall feel. We're gonna line
Is the audio on your YouTube on, Danita?
Yeah, it's your YouTube audio on. Yeah, turn it on. You can introduce yourself too, so folks know who you are. And, provide a summary, but if you could run us through a summary of you know, what this ordinance is about, that'd be a help. Did we lose her?
No, she's there. She just.
Oh, she just, okay.
I think she's adjusting her audio, but I know they collaborated with our social services department to be able to issue protection orders. I said restraining orders, but I meant protection orders, and that would protect, I think, elders and victims of domestic violence. And I do believe with this ordinance, it makes these state recognized, but one of the things we talked about in one of our previous meetings was having court and social services collaborate with local law enforcement, so that way they recognize what a tribal protection order looks like.
So, Danita, the only thing you need to mute is the speaker from the YouTube live stream. And I think you can come on without that echo.
Okay, I was trying to do that. I don't know if I did. Was I
And I do believe
successful in
with
doing
this
that?
ordinance, it makes these state recognized, but one of the things we talked about in one of our previous meetings was having court and social services collaborate with local law enforcement, so that way they recognize what a tribal protection order looks like.
Yeah, we can still hear it, Danita. Whatever you're listening to for the live stream is coming through. This is delayed. That's a little bit.
Okay. Okay, I was trying to. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
I was trying to do that.
Okay,
don't know if
so
I did. Was I successful in doing that?
regarding the ordinance, this was something that we worked on
One
with
of the
CARES
things we
money.
talked about in one of our
So-
previous meetings was
Danita, I
having
think I can hear you very well because
local
of the
law enforcement,
background.
so that way they recognize what a tribal protection order looks like.
That's
Zoom
somebody
is on.
else.
Somebody's Zoom is on.
Whatever you're listening to. It might not be your Zoom, Danita. There may be somebody else that's listening to the Zoom that's bleeding through. So if everybody can mute their microphones except for Danita, maybe that's it. Let's try it again.
It's
Danita.
feedback from the YouTube live stream. That's what we're hearing.
Okay,
So whoever has YouTube on.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that works. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. So the ordinance, it is ordinance that we worked on with CARES dollars, and it was definitely something that Willa was addressing with being able to assist with restraining orders and protective orders for people who were being affected by that during CARES quarantine, the pandemic and all of that. So for us, it really is a time-sensitive issue with being able to take it to our general membership. So I'm hoping we can get that information out there for people to, you know, make a decision on it.
Any questions or comments of anyone? Okay. Well, thanks for joining, Danita. So I think we can move on then. No action items here, but we'll definitely get that information out to our members, Danita, as handouts at the upcoming general council meeting.
And then Danita, just for your information, in case you get any questions, should be on the Klamath Tribes page. The website, not the Facebook page, the website.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's move right along. We got a little bit before lunch here, so really appreciate the great work that's going on and exploring our public safety program. General Manager Lopez and Member Palace have been really directly involved. I've been able to sit in a number of those meetings with the CTAC, with CRITAC folks. But so I'll turn it over to you folks. I don't know who best to lead, General Manager Lopez or maybe Willie, you could start and give a summary and we'll go from there.
Sure, thank you, Chairman. I'll start and then hand it over to George. I'm really excited about this. We've been working on this for close to 2 years, and this is going to be something that we'll see happen probably by the end of the year. So what we're requesting today is we're requesting Tribal Council approval to submit a grant application for the CTAS grant. The CTAS grant includes several different purpose areas. So we're going to be, there's actually 4 being presented today before you. 2 purpose area 1 and 2 are being presented by myself and George, and then purpose area 9 and 8 will be presented by Tribal Court. But they are submitted together as one big grant application. So purpose area 1 is for public safety and community policing. It mostly covers hiring, training, and supplies or equipment. And so this will help provide, I can read the description. Tribal Council is applying for a 5-year 2021 CTAS grant under Purpose Area 1 for the Public Safety and Community Policing Grant. It's a COPS grant. In 2019, Tribal Council organized a planning team with Willa Palace and George Lopez as lead. Over the last year, the public safety team received free technical assistance from Collaborative Reform Initiative Technical Assistance, which is CRITAC, to plan for the development and organization of the Police Safety Department. The CTAS grant announcement opened in January 2021, and Park Resources, who are our new contracted grant writers, started writing the grant application. The COPS application will be used to pay $376,920,000 for the Public Safety Department entry-level sworn officer salary and fringe, $3,058 for travel, and $119,960,000 for indirect. Total request is $499,938,000. The department site, equipment, and operational costs are being planned by the team with CRITAC assistance. So this application process is this year, and it's due on the 30th, so we need to have it submitted by then. And I want to thank, I really want to thank George Lopez for all the help on this, and then Kathy, Rich, and Jana Dugarmo have been really a big integral part of us putting this together. And they've been on the team with us this entire process too. We can talk about this a little bit more before we go into Purpose Area 2. Purpose Area 2, though, is more for strategic planning, which is going to connect the dots of all these different programs we have, whether it's Tribal Court or the Public Safety Department, or how we're coordinating with like social services and behavioral health. So George, is there anything, or I'll let you take over before we take questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Palace. And I need to recognize, obviously, the work of Councilmember Palace for all of that, the work that's going into developing this, the Klamath Tribes Public Safety Department. To me, that's going to be a huge step to solidifying your sovereignty and self-governance. And really, I mean, once you're policing yourself, there's a lot goes into that. I'm really excited about this grant for a couple of reasons. One, particularly the strategic planning grant. This grant right here, I think makes sense. It's really funding a police department to at least get started. But the strategic planning grant is going to offer us an opportunity to really dig into how we're going to collaborate together between the courts, between social services, between behavioral health, between general counsel, between the community, between law enforcement. I mean, there's just it's a huge undertaking. And I'm really just, I mean, I don't want to act like I'm rubbing up to Ms. Palace, but she's really lifted a huge, huge burden here. And I think her leadership in getting this through is going to be amazing. And I'm proposing, Chairman, that we call this the Palace Public Safety Department once it does open. And I really just appreciate being part of it. I've tried to add value to the meetings with CRITAC. CRITAC's been wonderful. Their experience, their expertise, their willingness to help has been amazing. So I'm really hoping that in the future, which is really close, Willa, that they're going to come down and do a presentation to the Tribal Council and eventually, hopefully, to the General Council about what this really means to have a public safety department, a Klamath Tribal Public Safety Department. I mean, that just sounds nice. It's a super exciting. So thank you for the opportunity, and anything I can do to help to make this happen, I'm available. Thank you.
And I do want to acknowledge our emergency manager, Zach Jackson. He's also been a big part of this. And then our tribal court team has really helped. Danita Herrera, who's our judicial director, and then our chief judge. She's been a big part of this and got us along. But the CRYTAC they are the subject matter experts. They're the ones who are helping us. And I think that's why this has been so successful. And so this purpose area 2 is really important, so we can continue that strategic planning, because we aren't the law enforcement experts, but they are. And so we can get someone else to come in and help us with that if we get awarded the purpose area 2. And then once we hire our chief of police, that person will pretty much take over the role that George and I have fulfilled the last almost 2 years.
Questions or comments before we move on?
Chairman?
Yes, Member Dumont.
Yeah, well, I had a question in that opening paragraph on the first page, the title page about the salary. I was having a little bit of trouble with the math, that 376,920, and you may have answered that. You said that's 5 years. Is that what that is? 5 years worth of salary?
Yeah, but that will be a percentage. So it won't be the entire salary. It'll be a percentage of the salary in Fringe.
Okay.
Because we're going to be looking to other places to get the rest of the salary.
Okay, and then a real small thing in the narrative on page 1, there was a word there for us that I didn't recognize. And that may just be me, LUTUAMI, or it may have been the grant writers, I don't know. It's page 1 of the narrative in the first paragraph, 3rd line. No big deal, but I just wanted to bring it up.
The Lutwami, council member?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with that word. I don't know.
Anyway, I didn't know if it was intentional or if the grant writers put it there or what happened. But I also wanted just to echo what everyone else is saying. I see Willa in her office, day in, day out for months now working on this. And so I'm just real grateful for all of the hard work and dedication she's put into it. It's going to be an awesome thing once it comes to fruition.
Thanks,
Thank you. And this is a continuation of efforts started by past staff and past councils. I know Shailene Allen did a big part of this too. So I always like to acknowledge her and the work that she did contributing to this. And it's, I know it's kind of scary for some of our tribal members, but this, hang on a second. It's a huge force of sovereignty, especially when we're looking at getting land back and the ordinances we're talking about. So, hi, Jesse.
Oh, I just had a question on the CTAS PA1 on page 3. Your contact information, your first name is listed as Wilma. So I just wanted to see.
Thank you.
We
were supposed to change that. Yeah, I think somehow when I talked to the grant writers about that, they said they had someone on staff named Wilma. And so when he did his autocorrect, it changed all the Willas to Wilma, but that was supposed to have been changed, but we'll make sure that gets changed before it gets submitted.
I said, that makes George friend.
Oh, that's funny. Again, Willa and all that have been involved, I know our staff has really been a big part of this, so thanks everyone. That's fun. If there are no more questions and comments, let's get to the other purpose areas. Glad that Anita's on from Tribal Court to address the tribal youth program and tribal juvenile healing portions of the grant. So thanks for joining.
Hi, are you guys ready for me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So as Willa talked about earlier, we have applications, or we are filling out applications for the Coordinated Tribal Assistance Solicitation Grants for Purpose Area 8, which is the Juvenile Healing to Wellness Grant. And that is a grant that we've had in the past, 2016, and we're near the end of that. Do you guys have any questions on that, the previous grant?
Questions, folks, comments? Don't see any.
I do.
Oh, yes, Secretary, I'm sorry.
Danita, was this one of the grants that we had to do matching? And are we okay with
Was it one of the grants we had to what, Roberta?
have matching available? No? Okay.
No, neither one of them will have matches. So it'll be fully funded.
Okay.
So do you want me to give you the amount, or do you want me to go to the next grant also and then talk about that?
Questions about the next grant? Or for the first grant? Okay, yeah. feel free.
Okay. And so the Purpose Area 9, the youth programs, this was something that Will was going to apply for last year, I believe, and that didn't happen. So we're going to apply for it this year. And I had the judge write up a statement about that. What this is going to be enhancing the services that we've been doing with the Juvenile Healing to Wellness Grant. Let me see, where is this? Hold on just a second. Okay. And you guys have all of the information, right? So you guys have the details on the grant?
Yeah, I believe that was provided.
Okay.
Funny. I should get slingshot.
Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, so the judge wanted me to share with you guys, because she's on a conference right now, she's on a training for juveniles, that this grant is seeks to enhance youth services for youth involved in the juvenile justice system in the prevention of substance abuse and delinquent behavior, access cross systems such as culturally specific services, prevention services, diversion services, family-centered services, substance abuse treatment, and parenting education services, and develop effective efforts of approach and engage in youth and collaboration in other tribal and non-tribal support systems.
Danita, how does this interlink with the other youth programs that we have? Are we, and it may not be the same group of youth in each program, but
that's a good question.
Like, I don't want to duplicate services.
Mm-hmm. So really, these youth are going to be youth that are going to be possibly going into the judicial system. And what we're trying to do is catch them before they go there, to get referrals from those programs, from youth programs, from working with Will or the Youth Initiative, from working with the new tribal health program that Dr. Hill had talked about, from working with schools. What we want to do is prevent our youth from having to enter the judicial system. We want to try to work with schools on referrals and stuff to get youth before they formally go to county, so we can provide services to them that'll keep them out of that type of, even out of our court. We don't want them officially in our court. We want to get them before they have to go through the formal, of getting an MIP or something like that, a truancy charge or an MIP. So we want to find out, even from parents. We've had parents do referrals to our court stating that they're struggling with their youth. And so we work with our probation officer to do an informal counseling service with them. So this program, the youth program, we're wanting to work with those other tribal services to try to get youth before they have to be formally referred.
Danita, this is Ellsworth.
Yeah.
Are there any of the tribal organizations working on, I was reading in the mentoring section
Mhm.
on tribal mentoring rather than looking out to any of the state or Klamath or city mentoring programs?
Not that I'm aware of. It's something that I've talked about in the past for our youth. I worked on with a nonprofit that we evaluated a mentoring program for youth. And I think that it's a really good mentoring program. They have one in Klamath. And the founder of that, I approached him about 15 years ago and said, our tribe really needs this type of service for our youth. If you have one positive role model, one person who would work with that youth, we feel like it could make a difference in that youth's life. But as far as I know, Ellsworth, we don't have that. And it's something we really need. We need to build our leaders. You know, we need to build our people into these positions. We need to help our youth. It's really hard for just a family, even a two-parent family, let alone a one-parent or a one-grandparent family raise children. You know, we need to do this all as a village. We all need to assist with it. So we need a mentoring program.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Member Palace?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. These two programs for Purpose Area 9 and 8 are really beneficial on what kind of programs we can do with youth. And I know that once we do have a public safety department up and running, they can coordinate with working with youth. There's different programs they can offer. They can do something similar to like what you see the city police do, where they have the police explorers, or they can just do different things like building a relationship with young tribal youth to have a positive relationship and a positive view of tribal police. So that way they grow up having that healthy relationship, whereas most of us grew up having an unhealthy relationship with law enforcement. And so there's a lot of tribes that are already doing that work. And I know when we did our site visit with Grand Ronde, they talked a lot about that, how they partner with their youth and work on a lot of different community events. They do a lot more stuff than just law enforcement. They were doing things like, just like even community barbecues, and they would do stuff and include the tribal youth. So I could see stuff like that taking place with what the tribal court is doing in the future, and then also working in the schools.
Yeah, and one of the things that Judge also wanted me to add is that, you know, we're seeking to make our youth that are survivors, thrivers. We want them to excel and you know, do well, and to know their worth, and to know that they can do well. And then on a separate note, what you were just talking about, before COVID hit, our child support program was going to do that. We were going to do like a father's or a caregiver barbecue for, you know, families. So we had planned that, and then COVID hit, so we weren't able to do those types of outreach things that we had planned to do. Because unfortunately, either with court or child support, you know, we have a bad reputation because, you know, we're enforcing our tribal law, or we're enforcing an order, you know, for somebody to pay. So, yeah.
Any other questions or comments in regards to the CTAS grant and purpose areas? Yeah, I see none. So I would entertain a motion to move forward for approval of submission of the CTAS grant. Yes, Member Lane?
Yeah, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, okay, second by Treasurer Hatcher. No further discussion or questions. Secretary, if you could conduct a poll vote. You're ready. Thank you.
Gail Hatcher,
Yay.
Brandy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Clay Dumont, Jesse Hipakta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote E. Chairman, with your abstention, the count is 901.
Great. So motion carries unanimously again. We're that pretty high today, folks. That's great.
Thank you, tribal council. Stay well, everybody.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
job, everybody. Bye, Danita.
Take care.
And looking at the time,
Thank you, Danita.
it's actually lunchtime now, folks. So we'll recess. We'll give folks a full hour for lunch. I think we kind of plowed through this. And I got a place having a heart attack over there. And so all the staff will resume with Jared with the USDA Rural Business Development Grants at 1, and the others will be bumped down accordingly. So thanks, folks, for hanging out with us, and have a good lunch. We'll see you back here at 1. Members, thanks for joining on the live stream, and we'll see you back here at 1. Thank you. we're ready. Right now? Okay. Okay, thanks, folks. We're back in session. I have 1:04 p.m. There are a couple other council members that were on earlier that I expect to join soon. We're going to have Jared join us. Is Jared on? I don't see Jared on yet. So maybe we'll convene in just a moment as soon as Jared comes on. Unless we want to address another matter.
What else do we
I
have?
don't see Randy on either. I don't see the next folks on.
Stan's on.
Yeah, Stan's on. Yeah, folks are in agreement, in consensus. Let's move Stan up since Stan is already on here. So thanks for joining us, Stan.
Well, nice to see you all.
You too.
Everybody looks healthy, happy.
So far, doing pretty good. So for our members listening in, this is the Bull Chop Agreement. Stan, thanks for joining us.
Okay, this MOU was prepared by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's a cooperative agreement between 9 different organizations, including the tribes, to cooperate in the recovery of the endangered bull trout. For those of you who have never seen a bull trout, and it's been quite a few years since they were common, this was a considerable tribal resource historically. Over the years, because of different agriculture and timbering activities, the bull trout populations have diminished to the point where they are an endangered species. The 9 organizations that are involved in this MOU have all participated in one way or another in trying to recover bull trout populations. Klamath Tribes has played a minor role in the recovery efforts. We have surveyed streams looking for bull trout, particularly the origins of Long Creek and that area. Basically, the purpose of the MOU is to serve as a framework for coordination between the 9 organizations. There are a number of responsibilities that are laid out in the MOU. None of them are really call for much action, except for the tribes. It's important to note that we would assist in all phases of bull trout reintroduction. So that basically means that we would get involved in the planning as well as the implementation. The MOU does not specify any particular level of participation, and it does not obligate any funds from any of the organizations. So in that sense, it's a very benign MOU, which just asks the parties to cooperate and collaborate. So what we are asking is for tribal council approval of the MOU and signing of the document by the chairman.
Thanks, Stan. I remember quite some time ago, the Klamath Indian Game Commission adopted a native fish policy. Of course, the bull trout are native. I know the extent of where they're at now is limited compared to historic. And I do recall the tribes were involved in a number of projects to try to protect and enhance the existing population. So this is basically consistent with what the tribes have been trying to do for years. So could you describe, if you even know, the extent of where they were historically and where they're at now? I do know that members don't harvest them, you know, they're compliant with that limited area.
Yeah, the bull trout was widespread throughout the Upper Klamath Basin. This is a specific population distinct from other populations. The bull trout, it ranged right down to the lake. And the fish were quite large in their original habitat. In the Metolius River, bull trout get up to about 10 pounds. And they are a trophy fish, and they represent quite a significant recreational fishery. The range right now is extremely limited just to a few small tributaries. The upper part of Sun Creek, Annie Creek, the very top of Long Creek, and some very tiny tributaries that feed into Long Creek. And one of the reasons for this is the introduction of brook trout. Brook trout are in the same genus as bull trout, and they are much more prolific, and they take over the habitat of the bull trout. So part of the recovery plan is to remove brook trout from any portion where they cohabit or can hybridize with the bull trout. That's pretty much the extent of it. So the removal of brook trout, making sure the bull trout current populations are protected, and then eventually expanding the populations.
So are there any questions or comments of council or others?
So,
Yes, Secretary.
is it listed as threatened or endangered? Or how's it?
Endangered, both by the feds and by the state of Oregon.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I got that right.
So if there are no questions or comments, I would entertain a motion to approve me to sign on behalf of the tribes into this MOA to support recovery fish.
I'll make that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Member
I will
Lang.
second.
Okay, Member Hickox, the seconds. Secretary, with no further discussion or questions, please conduct the vote. Thank you.
Gail Hatcher. Randy Hatcher. Willa Palace.
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang.
Yes.
Clay Dumont. Jesse Hikaka.
Yes.
Rose Treetop. Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote E. 701, Chairman.
Okay, great. The motion carries. So that was item 11.
Thank you very much.
We'll bump down this change. Thanks, Dan. I guess Mark will come on later for the EPA building capacity grant. I was looking for, I do see a Klamath Tribes number. Who's on the Klamath Tribes number?
That's here.
Yeah, it's here in the office. I mean, is that you, Sandy?
I'm just letting her in right
Oh,
now.
she's just coming in. Okay. And is Joe ready to come in too?
Yeah, the Klamath Tribes is Joe.
Oh, okay.
And
First chance.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out who's here. Yes. Hey Mandy, how are you doing?
Good. Les should be on here soon. Is it our turn?
Well, I guess if Randy and
the next thing is
yeah, the next item
housing
is,
admissions policy if Jared's not here.
yeah, the housing admissions policy is next. If Randy, she's coming on now, is that correct?
Randy's on right now.
Okay, so we're gonna move with that first, and then we'll go back to Jared if he joins on the USDA business development. But if not, then we'll move down to you folks at Culture Heritage.
And Randy?
Hi.
Hey, Randy, I don't have well, maybe I do. The policy, if you have it right there handy, can you share it? And if not, we'll try to share it from here.
Yes, just a second. Let me find it here. Oops.
Yeah, as she's getting that located, there was quite a bit of work and numerous meetings to revise the
Oops.
housing admit policy, you know, to be more friendly and accommodating and clear in places. And so I'm really thankful that the council members and staff, general manager was there to help us. So Randy, whenever you're ready.
Okay, share screen. Oh gosh, I have a whole bunch of stuff open. So I think I got the right one though. Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because I can't see anybody. Everything went away on my computer, so I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay.
So I think Jackie was trying to log in as well, just for extra help, because she would know more about the program than I do and the new changes on this one. But it has been worked on with council and reviewed by Mr. Goodman to update some of the things in our emissions policy. So the first part is just the definitions. I was trying to find where it changed.
Randy, are you able to make that a little bit bigger with the scroll on the bottom? Yeah.
Yes. Need it bigger?
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. So under some of the eligibility, we kind of got some of that cleaned up and a little bit more friendlier. And some of it was a little more clarifications of how we go about our processes for the background checks, the felonies, like the criminal records. So some of that was cleaned up and put in here to be clarified. Did you make it on yet, Jackie?
I haven't seen her yet, Randy.
Okay. Hold on. I'll dial her in and see. Some of it was our annual income clarifications. She's still ringing. Are you logging on, Jackie?
Huh?
Are you gonna log on, or you want me to leave you on the phone?
Who is this?
This is Randy.
I can't get on.
Oh, she can't get on either. So I'm gonna leave her on the phone with us.
Okay, thanks.
And it's slow because she's just now hearing some of the stuff.
Sorry.
So the calculations part. What did we have in there change, Jackie?
What page are you on?
6.
Jeez. I missed that much trying to get on.
Okay. Sorry about this, guys.
Oh, no problem. We'll work through it.
It says the host wouldn't, I was waiting for host, but they wouldn't let me on.
Oh, she said the host won't let her in.
She's not sure.
And I know on mine it logged me out again, and then I had to log back in, and
Got her.
We added number 1 through 7 for G, calculation of annual income.
okay, so on G, she said 1 through 7 is new information.
Vital.
Oh.
We got
So let's catch up. You say you're on G?
Yes. So the calculation of annual income, that whole process is all new.
No, it's fine. I just like checking with them. So I just want to make sure it sounds right.
And then section H, that was all the same.
I'll blame Bernard.
Section J. So the section I, that's new. And then we put, kind of to help families understand why we put them in certain households. We have the bedroom to the number size in the household. The J is still, okay, so that one didn't change. It's still 20% of their monthly income. And it always has been, except for the congregate. The congregate's 30%. And they still get the grievance. And then all the same standard language for all of them, and then tribal council certification. Ed did add appendix A, the section 8 income exclusions. Instead of having it within the policy, they put just a appendix on here. Anybody have any questions?
Yes, Secretary.
When Ed did the changes that were discussed during the meetings between council and staff, did he have a tracking paper where he showed his work, where he did the changes?
Yes.
Okay, but that was, okay. Never mind.
Question, Chen.
Yes. You want?
Yeah, hi Randy. So I went back and looked at the document, the earlier version from our work session together. And I'm just sure that there were some things that we agreed to change that aren't changed in this version. Specifically in D, 4, 5, and 6, I really had marked up that we talked a lot about it.
Are you on the right policy? This one's the admissions, not the occupancy.
Yes, low rental admission policy. So D, under eligibility, for example, there in number 4, where it's talking about a reasonable suspicion to believe someone is using illegal drugs or alcohol. I know we talked a lot about that, right? I mean, I would hate to have a situation like, you know, my 82-year-old auntie who likes to have a beer during CSI before dinner, but drinks no more than a 6-pack a week, to have someone, you know, calling the housing authority on her because of that. So those are conversations that we had in the work session that I don't think are reflected in this document. So,
Okay.
So what I'm thinking is maybe what we need to do is have an additional meeting before we come to tribal council, just to make sure that the changes that we agreed to actually make it into the latest draft.
Okay. So I wasn't part of this work session for the admissions part, so I don't have notes on what was changed and what needed to be changed.
Okay.
But we can definitely work on that.
All right. So Chairman, I'm not ready to pass this.
Yeah, based on that discussion, we'll have another meeting to go through the changes, and see if there's any additional needed changes, then come back to the council subsequent to that meeting.
Okay. So just get with Jennifer for a meeting?
Yes, we'll table these for now.
Okay.
Randy
This is Jessica. Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify under J for the amount of required monthly rental payment. You had stated that the congregate is responsible for 30%.
Yes.
And then for others, it's 20. Can you explain why we're charging 10% more for a congregate?
Because it's a USDA program and that's their requirement.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it is.
Randy and Jesse and Randy and Jennifer. I believe we have something set up for later on this week.
Yeah, we have a meeting tomorrow.
Okay,
But we have absence. And I don't know what we want to do about.
We schedule it for next week.
That would be fine.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
thanks.
So should we schedule a little bit longer one for next week? If
If we
time
have-
allows?
If time allows.
Whatever Jennifer can do for us.
Okay,
Thank you.
yep, thank you.
Okay, so we'll table this and until after we meet, then bring it back for the council for consideration. So that's the only policy right now.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the work and look forward to meeting and moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
So
Jared's on.
now that Jared is on, thanks for joining us, Jared. We're going to go back to USDA Rural Business Development, Jared. So if you can lead us through that. I think we have the documents.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, you guys. This is obviously a continuation grant that was previously awarded the past few years to the Education Employment Department. But now that this department's underneath the Planning Department, we were notified that the grant deadline is March 31st. So me and the small business manager, Perry McDaniels, we're working with Park Resources on trying to get this application in as soon as we could. So sorry for the late submission, but had a lot of things going on and we definitely needed to get some clarity from USDA about our past grants and kind of where we're at with them and then what we could possibly look at scoping in the future. So this project or the scope of the grant is basically going to be pretty consistent with the previous grants. Not much has changed, a little bit of alteration, but I think more or less this will give us the opportunity to close that project out. USDA did notify to us that this grant was never designed to kind of be a continued supplemental funding to run a small business office. They wanted to see more specific community projects targeted. And I think that's where you see the feasibility analysis for the community kitchen incubator, which was obviously written into the last grant narrative. And we're going to continue just to stay focused on that specific community project and close it out and get a plan finalized for that. It won't be, none of these monies can be used for implementation, but definitely to develop the plan and the feasibility. And obviously it'll be a tribal decision after this project's complete on how we're going to move forward with that. But there's a lot of tangible assets as well. I think the exciting thing is Perry has done a good job getting the small business classes up and running. Looks like those will be launched next month. So that is part of the grant and it'll help obviously pay for the salary and fringe for her to be able to participate in delivering those classes to the community. So that'll be a good thing out of this. Not sure if there's any other specific questions you guys have on it. We did vet to the USDA that not a whole lot can be done with $99,000. It doesn't really carry you too far beyond 1 year time frame. But definitely grateful for the opportunity to utilize some grant funds to get a community project done to help try to figure some stuff out and hopefully help some entrepreneurs gain the skills and the knowledge that they need to launch their enterprises.
So in essence, you're saying this is the last year for that particular program?
Well, it wasn't clear. I think for surely what they're saying is we could not rewrite for this particular project, building a kitchen incubator. They won't allow us to reapply next year. I think what could possibly done is another project can be identified something that's a different theme or around a different community project, and it could be used for that particular purpose, but they've really defined that they want to see, you know, obviously outcomes based at the end of this project period, this grant cycle. And so they were pretty clear to us, like we just couldn't continually count on it to be like just a small business office baseline funding source, more or less is I think what they're saying.
Any other questions or comments of anyone? Okay, if not, I would entertain a motion to approve submitting for the USDA RBDG or Rural Business Development Grant as proposed. Okay, Member
I would
Palace,
make that motion.
a second. Someone
I
like
will
to-
second.
Okay, Member Hickox, the seconds. Okay, no further questions or discussion, Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Gail Hatcher? Randy Hatcher?
Yes.
Willa Palace?
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang?
Yes.
Clay Dumont? Jesse Hickoxa?
Yes.
Rose Treetop? Jeannie McNair?
Yes.
I vote E. Chairman, with your abstention, it's 801.
Okay, great, motion carries.
All
Thank you.
right, thank you guys. Hopefully we'll report back to you when this project's over and let you know what the results are.
Thanks, Jared.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we've got the Klamath River Dam Removal Contract, Perry Chalk Tooth and Cultural Heritage.
It's Indian Les.
Oh, Mandy left there. Perry
Les
Chalk.
said that he got kicked out and he's waiting for the host to let him back in.
Okay.
I didn't kick him out, but I did just let him back in. Sorry, Les.
So we are here today. Perry, he is quarantined right now. So that's new and upcoming news. So it's me and Les here today.
Thanks.
So this is the dam removal contract and a work order for work to be done. I know Perry and Brian Pearson worked really hard on this contract, and it has been sent to legal to Ed Goodman, and Ed Goodman said that it's exactly what was negotiated and said it's ready for approval. The work order is to do some phase 2 surveys down in the canyon to get the project started. So I don't know if you guys have any questions that maybe I could answer or less. That's why I have him on to answer the cultural resource questions.
Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, hi Les. I was wondering in the service agreement that's on the back of the document where the scope of the work, in B there it's talking about collaboration among tribes and the fact that there could be monitors from multiple tribes present. And there's some language there about not fully concurring with, you know, where our Aboriginal lands are and aren't. And I just wondered if maybe you could comment on that. There won't be any, you know, potential for hard feelings to develop, or how you thought that through.
Well, Perry's been working intricately with the folks, and of course, basically it's all entirely within our ceded lands, and we do have those other tribes that have that interest. I think collaborative working together with those other tribes that we'll be able to hopefully not have those issues. I think the best thing to do if in the event of a discrepancy of you know, that's the last thing we want to do is have conflict. Sorry, there's something going on. You guys can hear.
The Karuks, is that who we're talking about?
I'm gonna say the discrepancy is gonna be with the Shasta tribe, and there's Shasta Nation and Shasta tribe. And we've had lots of conversations and went to a lot of different meetings and working groups on this. And it's been a huge issue on whether it's our land or their land. And so I think that's where that language came from. But Les is right, it's within our ceded territories, and that's why we're taking the lead, I believe.
Yes, correct, Mandy. We are taking the lead. Sorry about that. There was something going by and I didn't know if you guys could hear it or not. Anyway, we'll be taking the lead and working closely. And, you know, I think it'll have to be something that, you know, it's going to be on the ground decision being made, and really just kind of work through that, the tough decisions, you know, of walking away, possibly not walking away from the project, but just basically walking away. There's going to have to be something in place that will that when that arises, and it has nothing to do with the project. It's more of a tribal. So I think we may be coming back to you for direction if it gets that bad. I mean, we're talking a complete breakdown. But I think working collaboratively with them and walking it through with good coordination and communication with those folks on the ground of what we're doing and seeing as the work proceeds, I think we'll be able to mitigate those things on the ground.
So, not that I'd ever want us to be disrespectful of them, but am I right that neither of them are federally recognized?
Correct.
And there's
that's the real tough part is they're working with a fraction. There's two different entities, and so it may come right down to dealing more. I mean, if the BLM is involved in some of that property or in California, it may come down to a much higher the project proponent actually kind of stepping in some form. Law enforcement's the next step.
Thank
you. Just to note from my experience, when we've had those overlapping use areas and conflicts with the Ruby, Tianesta, I mean, a lot of these projects, the tribes, my experience has been really open to working with all the parties and not trying to be too aggressive, but respectful. And we've been able to work through some difficult things in the past. So this is unique a little bit. There is two separate factions of Shasta, and some have been vocally opposed to removing the dams.
Yes.
We do know there's that history there. But I think we'll do our best to continue to work forward, and I'm thankful that the other tribes have been really working in collaboration with us, and even we'll be a part of the monitoring that goes on. And I know we've provided some training and those things. So I'm hoping that we can get through this, but we may need to step back and let the development or what's on BLM try to figure out what to do. I know we're trying to be respectful and just be helpful to move forward.
You're absolutely right there, Chairman. When we're working with those other groups, on other projects, means they were federally recognized. I think that and having that communication both on a federal government to government and intertribal workings, that made it more I guess you could say painless on working through some of those issues. And because of that, because they had that ability to work government to government, it makes it so much easier. But it's kind of working with a thorn in our side, I guess you could say, with two different fractions. But we'll put our best foot forward, represent our tribe as the best we can in those situations, and it may be just a time to basically hold your tongue, keep the peace.
And just one additional question for this scope of work, I don't anticipate there's actual opposition by those folks. Is that correct? To do this initial survey work?
Well, there's opposition from them from the, they were on board about a year ago and pursuing this. And one of the reasons why this is in play too is that because the project proponent recognizes us, the Klamath Tribes, as having a infrastructure, a cultural resource department, that, a project of this magnitude, even though it's going to call for a lot, we've done projects like this. So we have the ability, the capability, we can coordinate it. We can work with a project this size, whereas most of the other tribes will look towards us for that guidance on how to proceed forward, especially during the phase 2 testing. And because we just have those, our tribal monitors have that expertise for us out there.
Do I see a hand up over there? Last, oh no.
Dang it.
When I got my screen up here, I can't see everything.
Yeah. We're gonna
And when I
turn
put my
around and
glasses
face
on,
up.
it's hard to read.
That's
So,
right.
so I appreciate the answer. Any other questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to move forward and approve us entering into this contract with the honorable contract.
I'll make that motion, John.
Okay, Member Dumont, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, Member Costa. So no further discussion, Secretary. Feel free to conduct a vote when you have that, when you're ready. Thanks for the great work on this, folks. I know there's a lot of work that goes into this. We appreciate the work of Bob Strauss, Dean Walker, Ed Goodman, and the company to help us get through these matters. Make sure we're covered legally. So we appreciate the hard work on this, folks.
If I may add one thing to this, as the department, as we're coming out of this COVID thing somewhat, this is one project. The Culture and Heritage Department is going to have a few more projects. So the need to really build up the capacity for building our monitoring pool. Perry and I and Mandy have been discussing, how we need to train up have another training to get some more people involved. And, during this time, Perry's had it planned last year, but, we just haven't been able to do that. And we're starting to get the need for a large amount of monitors. We do have some out in the field now, but we're going to need a few more. So, we're putting our heads together on how to, hold something virtual or, whatever capacity we can. But the department is going to, you're going to see a large amount of tribal monitors out in the field, which is a great thing. It's giving our folks employment. It's going to be a really good thing to have a large department working force again out in the field. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I know as they move forward with the dam removal, with any ground disturbing activity, they'll require monitors. So I know they'll probably have some folks from Downriver tribes that are probably interested in that too. And it sounds like the door's open for them to be a part of that also, the training. So it seems like a good collaborative opportunity to assist all of the tribes in that. So.
Yeah, in some of those meetings from last year that, when we were able to meet, Perry made it very clear about our monitoring training program. They were very interested in engaging in it or sending some folks when we were able to have that. That is something that, basically we took the lead and do have the lead in the monitoring as we move forward with this project. And from the phase 2 testing right into the construction phase.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Yes.
guys.
Gail Hatcher? Did you say E? Okay. Randy Hatcher?
Yes.
Willa Palace?
Yes.
Ellsworth Lane?
Yes.
Clay Dumont. Jesse Hicopta,
Yes.
Rose Treetop.
Abstain.
Thank you. Judy McNair,
Yes.
and I vote E. Chairman, it's 802.
Okay, so the motion carries 8-4-0 opposed and 2 abstentions. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I have next enrollment resolutions. I didn't, I guess want to close off this.
I don't believe I have anybody in there. I did send an email to Christy, who is gonna come in person,
Okay,
and Yvonne and Elizabeth.
okay, is Mark on? Mark Buechner, I don't see him on either.
Yeah, now we're early. What about,
I'll text Mark or give him a quick call, let him know. Usually a phone call.
Brandy, have you sent out the budgets for priorities yet?
I sent the budget report.
We're ready for you.
From last
You're ready.
I just emailed it to council before lunch.
Okay.
Pretty good on the agenda. I thought it'd be a lot longer, just by the number.
Well,
of
because I
items.
put the CTAS all separate, I didn't know how to put it.
The capacity building grant, if we're ready for that.
Okay, good afternoon. What we're talking about now is the Aquatic Resources Department is seeking tribal council approval to apply for an EPA National Environmental Information Exchange Network grant for $199,969. The grant will allow the tribe's Aquatic Resources Department and potentially Natural Resource Department to build capacity for coordination and public outreach associated with some of our environmental data that we collect. Of course, we have a lot of different disciplines that are collecting environmental data. The grant would allow us to work on more transparent and coordinated interdepartmental environmental data sharing, workflow coordination, and automated analysis and reporting. So basically, you know, we have all these disciplines from, you know, water quality, fisheries, water rights, other hydrology, you know, and they're all collecting scientific data, which, you each discipline generally has their own data management. And so we're looking to this grant to help us better coordinate our environmental data collection and analysis to be more efficient and transparent with that data sharing. It will also allow us to develop more efficient ways of presenting, analyzing and presenting the environmental data, through various data analysis and reporting. We collect a lot of the same data year after year with a similar protocol. So we have the opportunity to kind of streamline that and be more efficient in just some of our general analysis and reporting. We're also hoping to use this grant to develop and disseminate some of this environmental data to other tribal departments, general tribal membership. We're busy collecting and analyzing this environmental data to help with the tribe make decisions for protection and enhancement of various natural resources, but we don't necessarily do a very good job of communicating the information results that of some of this data collection and analysis. So this would allow us to develop some products to regularly update different tribal departments and the tribal membership in the information that we are collecting and learning from our various studies. That's kind of a brief overview of this particular grant proposal. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Yeah, I mean, just the general description sounds like a significant need, especially when we're talking about more of an interdisciplinary approach amongst our own programs. And it sounds like this is a planning effort. It could maybe result in maybe beefing up our GIS department and that kind of thing. That's kind of, I guess I'm envisioning that there'll be increased capacity and better coordination of the reports and data and information. And there'll be maybe capacity to do more internal analysis. So I know we're talking in real general terms here, but I guess that's my understanding of this. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a good summary of, I think, what we're trying to accomplish. We, in the various disciplines, we have, we're really focused on the individual activities within, the different specific disciplines, but, there isn't a very good interdisciplinary coordination. And so I think this would be an opportunity to be better coordinated amongst disciplines and departments as well. We don't, the Aquatic Resources Department doesn't, do a lot of very regular coordination with the Natural Resource Department. And, I think there's an opportunity to, have more interdisciplinary interaction. And, this particular grant would help, guide that and help move in that direction.
Secretary, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Yeah, Mark, you talk about communication with tribal membership in the community. What are you thinking about as far as that? That sounds like a really good thing, but.
Yeah, obviously with the, we have the tribe's website, there's opportunities to, put various, technical, products on the website. Could be also associated with, the newsletters, I guess there's a lot of different opportunities, but, the main thing is we want to be able to share what we're learning and to the membership and, the public, not just, focused on needs within the department and, helping guide our operations and that type of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, Mark, I'm most excited, I think, about the public education part of this. And I had a question on page 1 of the project description where it has outcome 2. There's a paragraph there, 1, 2, the third line. In addition, there may be misconceptions that tribal departmental staff have regarding the priorities of the public regarding environmental risk and use of tribal resources. I was a little confused by that. I wasn't quite sure what that was getting at.
Yeah, I think the main thing is, just to be transparent, to provide, the environmental data, to the public. So, there's less opportunity for, just, different public assumptions, et cetera. So,
Well,
yeah, I think it's just good to be able to have the technical folks prepare information that can be distributed so that there isn't opportunity for, misinformation. So I guess that's kind of the main thing that's trying to address.
I think it's really important. I think we do ourselves a disservice by not promoting the quality of our science more. There's one particular attorney for an irrigation district that just continues to harp about 20-year-old science and misrepresented as well. So I'm real excited to see this happen.
Well, any questions or comments?
Yeah, Chairman, I think if Mark could give his name and the department he works for and maybe the tenure, there's somebody wanting to know who's speaking.
Okay. Yeah, Mark Butner. I'm the environmental scientist with the Aquatic Resources Department. I've been working for the tribe for almost 4 years now. And before that, over 30 years with the federal government working on natural resource issues in the Klamath Basin.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that.
You bet.
I just wanted to add, Mark is considered one of the premier scientists that knows about our endangered swan. He's worked with them since he first came to the basin way back when I was a staff person. He worked out of our office, and we were able to spend quite a bit of time in the field, freezing to death, trying to catch suckers, do the work. So he's a longtime basin resident person and connected and served really well. He has a real highly regarded reputation in that capacity. So I thought that'd be good for our members to know. So we have one of the best here working for tribes. So if there aren't any further questions or comments, I'd entertain a motion to approve the EPA building capacity grant that's presented. Is that you, member Landy?
I'll make that motion, yes.
Okay. Second?
I'll second.
Okay. I'll recognize Jesse this time. Jesse, thank you. Member Acosta. So we have a motion and a second. Secretary, no further discussion or questions? You're ready.
Gail Hatcher. Randy Hatcher.
Yes.
Ola Palace.
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang.
Yes.
Blake Dumont. Jesse Hakopka.
Yes.
Rose Treetop.
Yes.
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote E. Chairman, with your abstention, the vote is 901.
Great. So motion carries unanimously. Mark, appreciate that. And the next is the Upper Klamath Lake Water Supplementation. Let's do that and then go to Christie.
Were we gonna have Jay on?
Oh, yeah.
Did we ask Jay?
Yeah, maybe let's do the enrollment, then we'll invite Jay to come on. So Christie, thanks for joining us. We'll come back up to enrollment resolutions and we'll give notice to Jay to join
I
shortly.
think he might be on. I think he just came on, but.
Okay.
Not much on it.
Well, since if Jay is joining Christie, do you mind if we go to this other item? You have some time?
I'm ready.
You're ready?
Is that what you said?
I was wondering, since we have our attorney Jay coming on, would you mind?
Oh, I don't mind.
Okay, thank you. So we'll get to that other matter since we have Mark and Jay's coming on.
Okay. Did you want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead and start, then Jay can catch up when.
Well, I'm not sure if that's fair.
Okay.
Sorry. So the 541-941-6664. Do you identify yourself? Yeah. Very good.
Roberta, it's Yvonne.
Okay, thank you, Yvonne. I thought, well, maybe that's not Jay. That doesn't look like his number. Okay. Thank you.
Can you join us now? Yeah, I just texted him. Well, since we're waiting for Jay to come on, Chris, we might as well do this.
Okay. Let's do it then.
But, and thanks for holding, Mark. We have the information that's provided also.
You want to read it from me?
Oh, I got mine right here too.
So wherever you speak from, this will pick it up.
Okay.
I can hear you.
So we're here for the resolutions from our meeting on the 16th of March. And I'm ready anytime you guys are ready to start.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, so we're doing the approved. We had 16 apps that we approved. And just need a number.
Christie, if I go back in, it would be PC 2021 -013.
That's for.
A.
Yeah, that's for the 16 individuals enrolled.
Yeah, she forgot to type the A up there, so I'll do it. Oh, you don't?
Just the number.
Okay. Then we have to use the word rejected still until we get it changed from general counsel. 4 that were less than an 8.
Okay, those would be PC 2021-014.
TC 2021, she needs to change that.
Yep, I see that too.
Dash what?
014.
Okay.
And I'll probably change it on my end.
Yeah. I rode my bike over here, so I know. And then we had they've already been in the census. This is where this came from. So back years ago, blood was updated, but they never put it in a Prodigy. So that's what this is. And we had 7 of them.
But this is 7 where there was increase in their blood quantum, and it's just to recognize that, formalize that.
Yeah, that we made, because we had to do for the, she's got this, I don't understand this page. It's not what.
So, and you said there were 7,
Look at mine.
but it doesn't have an amount on here. Yep, it just says members.
I know, there were 7 of them and she didn't put that on there. Do you guys want to do this one now, or do you want us to put the number on there?
We have the attachments.
Yeah.
Well, there's a number of people that were changing. They think that's the enrollment committee's number, but it didn't transfer over to the tribal councils. It's,
It looks like, let me count.
yeah, 7 is
It is
correct.
7.
Yeah.
So maybe we can approve that with the revision to put the number 7. To match kind of.
We'll just have to attach this to the, I don't know what she did. This isn't. Because the one I had, I put the number in, but it didn't really make sense because she didn't revise the whole thing to make it for the blood quantum.
I think we have all the correct and relevant information, and we've got the right resolution numbers for each one. We have the documentation, we can make the correction on the one and move forward. So, so we'll take them one at a time. So there's 3 resolutions. 013 is to recognize the 16 individuals for enrollment that qualify.
Okay.
As documented. And so we'll take a little bit of time for the members to take a look at that. And we're ready to move forward and approve that resolution. Those 16.
So, Chairman, just so people listening in know, I'm going to abstain from this because I have some close family.
Okay. Just if you didn't hear, a member Dumont is abstaining because he has some close family members that are addressed in this resolution for enrollment.
I will also be abstaining for the same reason. Thank you.
So that's abstaining from the discussion in the vote. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Ellsworth and I will also be abstaining.
Okay. Appreciate that. Other members, feel free to review the documents, and if someone is ready, I'll entertain a motion to approve that resolution number 2021-013 for the 16 approving enrollment.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Motion by member Alice to approve resolution 2021-013 to recognize all 16 approvals. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Secretary, excuse me, Vice Treasurer. I know what you are. So we have a motion in this section. I don't know, my lunch needs to kick in or something.
Or it did.
Or it did. Well, you know what to have. So Secretary, whenever you're ready, thanks.
Okay. Gail Hatcher.
Yay.
Randy Hatcher.
Yes.
Ola Palace.
Yes.
Ellsworth, I have you as abstaining, is that correct?
Correct.
Clay, I have you as abstaining, is that correct? Jesse, I have you as abstaining, is that correct?
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Abstain.
Jeannie, I can't remember. Are you Jeannie McNair?
Yes.
Okay, are you voting yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, I'm sorry. 5-0. No, it can't be.
And you're including yourself.
Yeah. Oh, 5-0-5, I didn't count you.
Okay. So 5-4, 0 opposed, 5 abstentions, the motion carries. Thank you. Next up is resolution 2021-014 for those rejected for not having enough blood quantum to meet criteria. And that's 4 individuals. So I'd entertain a motion to pass that resolution if someone is ready to do that. Okay, looks like Member Lang would like to make that motion. So, 4 for those noted for rejection.
I'll second.
Treasurer Hatcher, seconds. No further discussion or questions. That's the Treasurer, please.
Gail Hatcher,
Sorry, who made the motion?
Member Lang,
E. Randy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Clay Dumont, Jesse Hikopka,
Abstain.
Rose Treetop,
Abstain.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Chairman, with your abstention, it'll be 7-0-3.
okay, motion carries 7-0-3. Okay, next up, there was a blood corrections that need to be formally recognized by motion or by resolution. And that's resolution 015 or 2021-015. And that's for to recognize that blood change of 7 members.
And then just for everybody's benefit, I am going to have the correction on Tribal Council Resolution 2021-014 because it reads 2020. So I'll have her correct that, and then also to include the last therefore at the bottom of the first page. Now therefore be it resolved that the request for a blood quantum increase be approved for the following 7 enrolled tribal members. So it would match what the enrollment committee put forward.
Thanks.
Yvonne.
Did you have a question or comment?
No, I'm just saying that she's recognizing that.
Oh, okay. So with this motion, I guess we'll approve that correction.
Yeah.
Add 7 individuals. And this is for government resolution 2021-015. I'd entertain a motion to approve that resolution. If somebody is fine.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, motion by Secretary Frost. Is there a second?
I'll make that second.
Okay. Treasurer Hatcher. With no further questions or comments, Secretary, please conduct the poll.
Gail Hatcher. Brandy Hatcher.
Yes.
Willa Pellis.
Yes.
Stuart Lang.
Yes.
Clay Dumont.
Abstain?
Jesse Hikakta.
Abstain.
Rose Treetop.
Abstain.
Jeannie McNair.
Abstain.
I vote E. Chairman, with your abstention, it'll be 505.
Okay, motion carries. 540 opposed and 5 abstentions. So thank you, Christy. Really appreciate it. Good work, and thanks to all the enrollment committee for the good work moving forward. And staff too, Yvonne and folks and members of benefits. Thank you for all your assistance there. So I appreciate it.
All right, you guys, you have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Christy. Sorry, about giving you the wrong time.
That's fine.
So did Jay have to come on?
Yes, I did.
Jay's here.
Oh, great, great. So the next item on the agenda is the Upper Klamath Lake water supplementation agency Barnes matter. And I think it's probably best to just turn it over to both Mark and Jay for this. I have an understanding, but let's rely on our technical and legal folks on this. So if you could provide us the background and what's at issue here. Yeah, help.
Okay, I'll lead off. Of course, we're in, this is the second critically dry year in a row that we are experiencing. Upper Klamath Lake is very low this year, and the inflows to Upper Klamath Lake are all-time lows, in the recent period of record. There is a biological opinion requirement to get Upper Klamath Lake to a certain elevation by the 1st of April to support spawning of Chwam at the Eastside Springs. That elevation is 4142. We're currently a little over 1 foot below that 4142. And based on current projections of by the NRCS, it's, we're not likely to reach that minimum elevation. We certainly won't reach it by the 1st of April. And based on the current projections, it'll probably be a late April or even into May before we reach that ESA minimum elevation requirement. So staff have been, and with Jay's assistance, has been discussing opportunities to help out lake levels to protect the fish and their spawning habitat. And one option would be to access some of the stored water in the agency Barnes property, which is now part of the Upper Klamath National Wildlife Refuge. There's approximately 15 to 20,000 acre feet of water that is stored behind levees on the lake. And so we inquired with Fish and Wildlife Service to see if there was an opportunity to pump some of that water into the lake to help boost, lake levels. So the Fish and Wildlife Service refuges discussed that internally and generally said that they were okay with a release of water from the property. There was also coordination with the Klamath Falls Fish and Wildlife Service office, who's responsible for the ESA consultation regarding that kind of operation. So They completed their Section 7 consultation that would allow pumping to occur this year. And we also coordinated with Reclamation, who agreed to pay for any pumping costs. In previous years in recent history, 2017 and 18, approximately 7,000 and 4,000 acre feet of water were pumped off into Upper Klamath Lake before they had to discontinue their operation because of the amount of nutrients that were being pumped into the lake. Of course, you know, those, the wetlands at the agency barns, you know, have a lot of humic or, you know, organic material in the water. The water's quite, you know, has a lot of tannins. It's kind of tea colored. It has nutrients that are in solution as a result of, you know, contact with wetland plants and soils. So it's not like, you know, the river water that's, you know, very lower in nutrients. So there is a concern that by pumping that water that in a short period of time, we would reach nutrient limits that are regulated by the Clean Water Act, total maximum daily loads. And as I mentioned, in 2017 and 18, they had to discontinue operations after only pumping, you know, 4,000 to 7,000 acre feet of water. Based on this year's current water stored, it is anticipated that about 5,000 acre feet of water could be pumped from the property before we would reach those thresholds, water quality thresholds. That 5,000 acre feet would only represent about 1 inch on the lake. And of course, or 5% of the amount of water that it would be needed to get the lake up to the biological opinion minimum of 4142. So, you know, we were hoping that there might be more water that could be available to add to the lake, but you know, based on current projections, they anticipate only about 1,000 acre feet could be pumped. The other concern is that utilization of water from that property would add additional nutrients to the lake, which would be have a negative effect on you know, the water quality conditions in the lake. Of course, the nutrients are you know, would impact the blue-green algae blooms. You know, the more of the nutrient, the phosphorus that is pumped into the lake, the increased risk of, you know, would stimulate algal growth. And with more algal growth, that usually translates into poor water quality in terms of pH, ammonia, and dissolved oxygen levels. And of course, a major concern with the existing Chuam and Cockatoo populations in the lake is that they're in very poor condition. Their numbers are low. They're, most of the adult fish are quite old. And so we would be concerned that they're, you know, by adding these additional nutrients, that we could increase the risk of poor water quality conditions and possibly stress or even lead to some fish that would perish later in the summer. So just wanted to provide some of this technical information for your consideration. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is willing to initiate this pumping operation if the Klamath tribes would recommend that. And so, you know, it's kind of they want to respect the tribes' input on this decision. And so, we're presenting this technical information for your consideration.
And then to put a slightly perhaps finer point on that, as we looked at it both from the technical and the legal standpoint and tried to figure out what the best, the best ways to approach what is a really critical water use this year and to look at relative costs and benefits. I think that our general impression at this point, and like Mark said, we're really hoping to be able to raise the lake through almost whatever means necessary to try to maximize the habitat available for spawning this year. But given that we are looking at a situation where we will be able to add probably at most about an inch to the lake, which as best we can all determine is not going to make an appreciable difference for spawning habitat or spawning success, at the potential risk of exacerbating what we are already quite concerned about because of the low water levels, will be poor later year water conditions. To the extent that you're looking for a recommendation from legal and technical, I think our recommendation to you would be that it would not be worth having Fish and Wildlife Service pump this water. And from our conversations with Fish and Wildlife Service and from Reclamation, as Mark had said, Fish and Wildlife Service is prepared to do it. If we want to give them the green light, then Reclamation would pay for it. But I think they're also prepared to respect our input and to not do it if we recommend to them that it's not worth doing. Another point that had come up in the discussions about the the costs and benefits of doing this is that ODA has been working fairly closely and with at least some degree of success with landowners who draw water from Upper Klamath Lake and trying to reduce the nutrient loading that they're causing. And it's certainly possible there could be some backlash to those efforts if they turn around and see essentially the tribes greenlighting the introduction of fairly nutrient-rich water into the lake, where it will be difficult for us to show that we're really seeing tangible benefits from doing so. And so to the extent that, like I said, you're interested in a recommendation from us, I think our recommendation would be to not have Fish and Wildlife Service exercise this option this year.
And Jay, just for those that are listening in, I just wanted to note that you're our attorney from Rosette that's assisting us on all these ESA related matters. And you've been involved for a number of years to try to help us. So that's why you know the nuances and the legal implications. You're part of our team. So I wanted folks to know that. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chairman, and I apologize for not introducing myself thoroughly at the beginning. I appreciate that. It is a privilege to be part of the team.
Thanks, Jay. And for folks, it's a weird thing when we're addressing water quality issues. It's the Oregon Department of Agriculture that's charged with addressing nutrient loading into the lake from agricultural practices. So that's the ODA that Jay was referring to. So I'm just going to summarize it from my understanding, and folks can correct me. What we have to decide, there's an opportunity to take water that's nutrient laden that could come into the lake and potentially increase the elevation up to an inch. And even though we're below the 41, 42 that's necessary and helpful for our spawning populations on the east side of the lake, that inch from the recommendations, we're advised to not do that because it's only an inch, and but it's also highly nutrient laden water that would really contribute to the current problems that we have. Probably show up later in the lake with poor water quality conditions. Trying to summarize the best I can. So if folks want to hear from us, we want to support pumping that off of Alligators and Steve Barnes into the lake, or would we rather not do that? So I want to make sure that's clear with all the council members, and if there's any questions around that before we make a decision. Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, Mark, I'm going to put my ignorance of biology on full display here. I understand the issue with the phosphorus and some of the other nutrients, but I was just sure that I had learned from you and Stan that the tannins that run off of the marsh are actually a retardant to the algal blooms. So could you explain that maybe a little bit to me?
Yeah, the you know, tannins, you know, there have been investigations that indicate that under certain circumstances, the addition of tannins to the water has an inhibitory effect on blue-green algae growth. You know, it creates an environment where the blue-green algae doesn't grow very well. But in my discussions with Jake Kahn, who's an expert on limnology and the Upper Klamath Lake, conditions, he basically said that although there would be humic substances as a result of the pumping, you know, it's a relatively small amount over a short period of time, and that material would become diluted and you know, dissipated. Although if it was in a concentrated form in a localized area, it would inhibit the blue-green algae growth, but just one little pulse, and as it gets diluted away from the source, you know, the pumping, the outlet, that humic, you know, doesn't have the same benefits that if you had a continuous source of humics coming into the lake. Also, the humics contain some organic phosphorus, which isn't readily available for the algal growth, but as it dissipates and sinks to the bottom of the lake, it gets converted by bacteria to a soluble source of phosphorus, which is usable by the blue-green algae for their growth. So that's the technical explanation of that.
So would it be correct to say then that if we had the situation that we had when things were in their natural state, where we were getting a lot of marsh water off of the marsh, that level of tannins would work to inhibit the algae growth, but this is just too small of an amount and it's going to dissipate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's correct. You know, if you go to, you know, areas of the lake where the, you know, marsh is directly connected to the lake, you'll see kind of a transition zone where you go from marsh to the lake, and, you know, generally there's less blue-green algae in that kind of interface area because there's kind of a constant source of humics which are flowing out into the lake, and that's not the situation in this circumstance.
Thank you.
Just for clarity too, tannins and humics, it's kind of using a little bit interchangeable. Humics includes tannins, right?
That's correct.
And what is tannin, you know, for folks that are listening?
It's a breakdown product of the wetland plants. So as the wetland plants decompose, they release a chemical into the water, which is tannin, which is kind of an acidic compound.
So if you were to go to the Kirk, when water flows out of the marsh, you know, it's that root beer color. You know, basically it's tannin-laden water that's coming off the marsh. We're no longer getting there for a number of years. So just for folks listening in. So, okay, well, we're in a decision point, council, on whether or not to support this release of up to 5,000 acre feet of water in the wetland area, and or not. And the recommendation from both our technical and legal is to not support it, even though it could potentially raise the lake up to an inch because of the concerns we're talking about. So I would like to hear from the members any comments or concerns or questions, or even a motion to move forward with the recommendation. If that's
I'd make a motion that we follow the recommendations of our scientific and legal teams.
okay. And that's to oppose the release. So a motion by member Dumont to follow the recommendations and oppose the release. Is there a second? Okay, I see Lane's hand where it's a second. Any further discussion? Okay, Secretary, when you're ready, please conduct the vote.
Gail Hatcher,
E.
Randy Hatcher,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Clay Dumont, Jesse Hikaka,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
Stevie McNair.
Yes.
I vote E, Chairman, with your abstention, 901.
Okay, so the motion carries unanimously. Thanks, everybody. Mark and Jay, really appreciate the excellent work. Council members, thank you for that vote.
Yes, thank you, Jay and Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council. Shall I drop off at this point then?
Yes, yes, I think so. There's nothing else that we need to trouble you with. So thanks, Jay.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the time. It's a pleasure to work for you. Bye.
Bye. All right, so this looks to bring us down to tribal council reports. I added one agenda item. I forwarded out the email. I re-forwarded it this morning. I was contacted by Annette Reba from Governor Brown's office, and Governor Brown and her interest in bringing more Native Americans on advisory committees and service to the state. As pointed out, there's an opportunity to appoint a tribal member, and specifically asked of us if we were interested in appointing a Klamath tribal member or tribal council member to the Regional Solutions Advisory Committee. And she just no, I don't know if this is something that you're even interested or have the time. That she said specifically Ellsworth would be great for this position.
I think he volunteered to.
So she kind of volunteered you.
I don't think she said that.
No, she did actually say that. She did actually tell me that on the phone. So you know.
That's interesting. He hasn't taken me to lunch for at least a good few months, so that's odd. I'm kidding. That's going to be on live, so I've never like you have, Don.
So there is an opportunity, and I did forward it out, and I didn't mention Gulliver's name as potential, but I don't know if it's available or interested, or if there's others, that would be suitable, whether it's a council member or a staff. I tried to get a better feel for what would be involved, but in the email, there was an attachment with the charter, and it does explain, who makes up the advisory committee and what the responsibilities are. And there is interest in really trying to be inclusive of underserved and minorities, and so there's an interest in having a tribal representative on the board. And it's for the Regional Solutions Charter is for the work with state agencies, local governments, and private sectors, and philanthropic organizations to identify the regional priorities for community and economic development. Develop and coordinate projects, solve problems, seize opportunities, and respond to needs as they emerge. So it serves the governors, boots on the ground in the event of an emergency, if they're an emergency situation. But it's also proactive in trying to promote recovery and economic development. So that's that opportunity. So they identify projects for the community economic development, recovery, and resilience. Provide a public forum for private civic sectors. I'm just going through this, but just for our members listening in, this has a role of really assisting whoever's on this to represent our region, look at projects and identify potential projects that would be of benefit to our community here, our region. So they meet at a minimum of 2 times a year. I do see that on there. But anyway, there's an opportunity there. And she told me that they'll be considering these things. I didn't write I don't think it's in the email. March 31st. The timeline for submitting names for consideration is March 31st. So, yes.
I'm imagining it's because I'm on the equity, I'm pretty involved in the Equity and Recovery Council and often speak with our group of, there's a large group appointed by the governor, and often speak about our economic enterprises that we have here. So that's why I'm assuming that if they brought my name up, working with the net, I would throw my name out there if council wants to think about that. Otherwise, if somebody else wants to do it, I'll welcome them as well.
I'll make a motion that Ellsworth.
I was assuming that was coming, Clay.
So there's a motion to recommend or submitting Ellsworth Lane, member Ellsworth Lane for submitting him for consideration of appointment to this board. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, a second by Secretary Frost. Any further discussion? Not, Secretary, please conduct the vote. And I know that's the reason why she knows you from your work and both those things, on the council, also, the other service on equities, but your business experience. I think it's all this.
Gail Hatcher,
We didn't hear you, Gail, but I think you said yes.
E.
Oh, you said key.
Randy Hatcher,
Same
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lane,
I am abstaining for obvious reasons.
Fremont, Jesse Hipaka,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Abstain.
Jeannie McNair,
What was the vote again? I meant what's it for?
two. Go ahead.
Appointment of our naming Ellsworth, Councilmember Lang to as a potential appointee to the Regional Solutions Advisory Committee.
Yes.
I vote E. Chairman, with your abstention, the count is 703.
Chairman, are you going to respond back to?
Yes.
And also, I'm just wondering if there's another application process that I'm gonna have to go through.
I can find that out. I'll include you on my response back. It looks like we'll end the meeting before the end of the day, so I'll read my email before the end of the day to make sure she has your contact information and make that inquiry.
Thank you, Ellsworth.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Ellsworth. We all appreciate it. Thanks. Okay, well, that's it for me. I don't think there's anything additional for the secretary's report, so we can go right to the treasury report. Is there anything, Gail, just before I move on? Make sure you have it. Okay. And treasurer budget reports, and there's some table budgets that we need to address. So
I just emailed the tabled budgets to you just a few minutes ago, so that you can look at each individual budget if you like. But that there was 6 tabled budgets from Tribal Health from the February 26th budget meeting. The first one was dental. I guess I should wait. Can you guys see your email? Okay. Dental, pharmacy, public health, administration, facilities, and finance for tribal health. Those budgets were tabled. We did have a work session on 3/15. Myself, chairman, secretary, and Councilwoman Powis attended and had an opportunity to ask questions at that meeting. So I am here to ask tribal council to approve those budgets, unless there's any other questions or comments.
I have, I know that we haven't approved the revised organizational chart. And I'm not saying we can't pass any of the others, but I would make a motion to approve the dental, pharmacy, facilities, and finance budget. The public health is a new, and the administration has new positions.
Dental, pharmacy,
Facilities and finance.
facilities, and finance. Motion by Berta. Okay,
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. And the understanding is we haven't addressed the amendments or changes to the budget, I mean, to the org chart, and this has a bearing on that. So until we have further discussion, those will be tabled. Right, Secretary?
I don't know if somebody else wants to make a motion to approve those. That,
Okay, yeah, I guess that could be a separate motion, but there is a motion. I just wanted to clarify the
Yeah.
purpose. So there's a motion to approve said budgets. And those three budgets,
four.
or budgets, yes.
Dental, pharmacy, facilities, and finance.
Yeah.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by member Dumont. Okay, no further discussion or questions. Secretary, please conduct the roll.
Gail Hatcher. E. Randy Hatcher.
Abstain?
Willa Palace.
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang.
I don't see him. Ellsworth.
Clay Blunt. Jesse Hikaka.
Yes.
Rose Treetop.
Yes.
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote E. Ellsworth, are you back yet? So Chairman, with your abstention?
Oh, he's got a thumbs up there.
Oh,
902.
did you vote yes, Ellsworth?
Actually, no, I am back, but I am abstaining.
Okay,
So 803, no, 703.
703.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, and then for council to consider, at budget committee, we did recommend approval of the public health budget. That is a new program. And I know at our work session, we had discussion too. We were excited to have that program come back. We had it at Tribal Health several years ago, and it proposes to address health disparities, promote health and wellness, prevent disease among tribal population. This would focus on community outreaches, health education, ensuring equitable access to health services, prevention of communicable diseases, environmental health, and identifying and overcoming barriers our tribal members face in achieving to good health, better health. Part of this was to bring back the diabetes program too, which I think is a huge benefit. So budget committee did recommend approval of that one. And then the administration budget committee recommended approval of that one too. Those were two that were tabled. And again, we had a work session on March 15th to discuss those. So any other further comments, questions, or concerns? I would still recommend that we approve them. But that's me.
I agree as well.
Yeah, I would, I agree as well, and I would make a recommendation or a motion to approve the budget.
For public health and for administration?
Well, certainly for the public health, if there were, because I wasn't, I'm looking at it right now, but I wasn't part of any of the concerns around the administration budget, but I certainly am understanding of bringing back the public health position and knowing all that it encompassed when I worked for the tribe, when that position was available. It is very valuable, particularly in bringing back diabetes programming.
Dr. O, do you, or Lana, you wanna maybe, talk about the administration and the new positions, that are on the new org chart?
I don't think Lana's on, I think it's Dr. O'Leary.
Oh, okay, Dr. O.
If, is it the communications or information specialist position? Is that the only one that's new in the admin?
There's the grant writer and, sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
We have to have two new positions, the grant writer and the contract officer, and then the information communication specialist.
Yeah.
And the project manager too.
The project manager was there before now. We just brought it back. It's been there before last year.
Okay.
Okay, so health project manager was already something considered last year and is coming back. For the information specialist, this has been a conversation I think that Tribal Council has had about needing to coordinate communications between our organizations and, you know, not just having one person in charge of that, and particularly having someone in health, I think would be valuable, and somebody could coordinate with administration and all that they do with the newsletters and Facebook and websites. I think that's an important position, particularly when we're thinking about expanding our PR and marketing. So I could be supportive of that position. Looking at the others, grant writers, well, administration has somebody who assists in grant writing. They contract out for that, and Jana helps coordinate some of that work. So I think that it wouldn't be absurd that Tribal Health seek someone to also assist them. And then for health project manager position, with so much going on in the coordination, you really do need somebody who only focuses on timelines and surveying and planning and development and seeing how all of the different pieces fit together underneath the umbrella. So I could see how that position could be valuable if you could hire someone to do that job. So that's where I'm at with looking at these positions, and would still feel comfortable in approving it.
So I've heard recommendations from the treasurer, and you were going to make a motion for both, and then I'm talking to you, member Acosta, and you felt really comfortable earlier about the public health budget. But I didn't actually formally recognize your motion because you started the motion. Did you want to clearly make a motion to approve the public health budget and administration budget? And I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your motion. And so
Yeah.
is there a second to the motion?
What was the motion again?
We can have further discussion after the second. Yeah, that's fine. So the motion was to approve the public health and the administration budget for Tribal Health.
So both of them?
Yes.
I agree to that.
So is that a second, Jeannie, then? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we have a motion and a second. We can have further discussion.
Yeah,
Member
Chairman,
Dumont?
I was hoping to get a commitment from Dr. O'Leary that they would come forward soon with a revised org chart so that we can have that be in alignment with the budgets.
Thank you, sir. The current work chart that we shared last meeting is revised and has these positions in it. I can share it now.
Yes, Secretary.
I don't think there was as much hesitancy with that org chart with any of these new programs and those positions. My hesitancy with that org chart is the change in the CMO position. As far as the supervision of staff, I'm just going to voice that now.
So that was a change in function of that person and oversight and bringing other folks under that we probably need to have further discussion on.
I would like to have further discussion on that, just that portion, adding these. The public health isn't a problem. I fully support that. And then, I think I'm comfortable with all of the other changes as far as the project manager and the contracts and everything like that. I feel more comfortable with that. My only concern was the CMO and the change in how that department was structured.
Okay.
So just for, there's a motion and a second to approve both budgets. Moving forward with that, we can still address your concerns as long as there's.
Yeah, we're not approving the org chart right now. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll have that further discussion. So there's a motion and second to approve those two budgets. Any further discussions on that specifically or comments before we move forward with the vote? Okay, seeing none, Secretary, please. Thank you.
Gail Hatcher,
Aye.
Did you say pie or I?
E.
We missed it. Vice Chair.
You confused them, Gail.
no. Okay, that's what I thought. Brandy Hatcher,
I abstain.
Willa Palace,
We missed you, Mella, Willa.
Wilma.
Whatever.
I vote yes. Sorry, I'm
Ellsworth Lane,
Yes.
Clay Dumont. E. Jesse Hikaka,
Yes.
Rose Treetop,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote E. Okay, Chairman, count is 7-1-2.
Okay, so motion carries. 7-4, 1 opposed and 2 abstentions. So as far as preparing for approval of the org chart, should we address that at the next tribal council meeting, or should we have more of a work session discussion around that?
Sounds like the latter.
Okay. Yeah, that'd probably be the best use of everybody's time. So we'll set up a meeting to discuss that further before we bring it before the council for a decision. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. And Treasurer, is there more?
No, that's all I have.
Do we have, our priorities aren't ready?
No, I'm trying to work on it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's my all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for the great work. It looks like we're at the conclusion of our agenda here, which is a nice thing. So I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. And
Amen.
by member Lang. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? With no opposed and my abstention, motion carries. And 257, I don't know if that's a record, but that's probably close.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you.
For joining us. I wanted to remind you of the general council meeting coming up on April 3rd. There are some important agenda topics, and we're going to have discussion about the federal assistance, to the tribes that we received, both tranches of funds, update, and further discussion. We want our members to understand what the funds can be used for and have some discussion on as much as we can the process to include our members in determining how best to use the funds.
Swan Lake Hydro Project settlement agreement.
Yeah, the Swan Lake Hydro Project, that's something that we've been working on, and it's a time sensitive matter.
Has implications for land acquisition.
Yeah, Clay, if you'd like to.
No, well, we've been working with the Rye Development Company that's gonna put together the Swan Lake Hydro Project, Swan Lake Rim. We've been going back and forth with offers and counter offers. We really need to update our members about that. There's a substantial amount of money that's being offered that we can use for land acquisition. We really need to get that to our members and get feedback, guidance. So please come to the council meeting April 3rd.
So, well, thanks everyone for joining. Until the next time, thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
Bye.
Joe.